The Book of Heaven. Volume 17. This morning, after receiving Holy Communion as usual, I said to my dear Jesus, "My life, when I am in your company, I do not want to be alone, but that everything and everyone be with me. Not only do I want all your children to be with me to keep you company, but also all the things you have created. Then, in your most holy will where everything is, all together prostrate at your feet, we can worship you, thank you, and bless you." With these words, I saw all the things created hastening to surround Jesus so that they could pay homage to him. So I say to Jesus, "See, my love, how beautiful your works are." Thus, with its magnificent rays, the sun rises before you to kiss and worship you. The stars, forming a crown around you and smiling at you with their twinkling, say to you, "How great you are! We give you glory forever and ever." Likewise, by its harmonious whisper, the silver sea tells you, "Infinite thanks to our Creator." And me, I kiss you and adore you with the sun. I give you glory with the stars and I say thank you with the sea. But how do I repeat everything I said, calling all the things created around Jesus? If I wanted to say everything, it would be too long. It seemed to me that each thing created fulfilled a special role in paying homage to its creator. In doing so, I thought I was wasting my time and that this was not the kind of prayer that should be addressed to Jesus after communion. "All goodness," my sweet Jesus said to me. "My daughter, my will encompasses everything. And he who lives in her must not let anything escape him from what belongs to me. If he neglects only one thing, we can say that he does not bestow upon my will all the honor and glory it deserves, and that his life in it is not complete. He does not give my will a return for all that it lavishes on him. In fact, I give everything to the one who lives in my will. And I show him my love in a triumphant way through my works. The latter, for his part, must show me his love by taking the same path. Wouldn't it be joyful for you? If, in order to please you, a person you love paid tribute to you for all the beautiful and varied things you have accomplished, and if, by placing them around you and pointing at them one by one, she said to you, "See, these are your works. How beautiful this one is! How artistic this other is! This third is a true masterpiece. This fourth has a superb variety of colors, and this other is a real delight." What joy you would feel and what glory you would derive from it. So it is for me. He who lives in my will must somehow be the palpitation of all creation, as it encompasses all people and all things, which pulsate in him by virtue of my will. It must form from all these palpitations a single palpitation, in order to turn through it the palpitations of all, and thus return to me all the glory and love that came out of me. In the soul where my will reigns, I must find all souls, so that, encompassing everything, this soul may give me all that others should offer me. My daughter, life in my will is very different from other forms of holiness. That is why the way of living in my will and the teachings that are related to it cannot be discovered. It can be said that the other forms of holiness are only shadows of my divine life, while my will is the source. Therefore, be attentive in your way of living in my will so that, through you, be known the real way to live there, as well as the specific teachings related to it, and that those who will want to live in my will can reach the true holiness of divine life and not just its shadow. When I was on earth, as my humanity was in my divine will, she did not omit any work, no thoughts, no words, etc. in order to cover all the deeds of the creatures. It can be said that I had a thought for each thought, one word for every word, etc. That my Father may be glorified completely, and that creatures receive light, life, benefits, and remedies. Everything is in my will, and the one who lives in her must encompass all creatures and must go through all my actions, by giving them a new divine hue drawn from my will, in order to give me a return for all that I have done. Only those who live in my will can give me this return. I count on them to put the divine will in communication with the human will and pour his goods into her. I want to, by acting as intermediaries and following the same path as my humanity, these people open the doors of the kingdom of my will, which have been closed by the human will. Consequently, your mission is great and it requires that you be sacrificed and very attentive. As a result of these words, I felt all immersed in the supreme will. Jesus continued, "My daughter, my will is everything and contains everything. It is the beginning and the end of man. Thus, by creating man, I did not impose any law on him and I have not instituted any sacrament. I gave him only my will. This was more than enough for him to find all the objectives to achieve. Not a small holiness, but divine holiness itself. The man was at his destination. He needed nothing but my will. In her he would admirably and easily find everything to make him holy and happy in time and eternity. If I prescribed laws to him after centuries and centuries of creation, it was because he had betrayed his origin. Thus, it had lost its meaning and its end. Seeing that, even with my laws, man continued to walk toward his ruin, I instituted the sacraments as more powerful means of saving him. But what abuse, desecration! There are many who use the laws and sacraments to sin more and to go to hell. While with my will, which is the beginning and the end, the soul is safe. She is elevated to divine holiness. It totally reaches the end for which it was created, without the slightest danger of being able to offend me. Thus, the surest path is my will. The sacraments themselves, if they are not received in harmony with my will, can cause condemnation and ruin. That is why I insist so much on my will. Because the soul finds all the favorable means and receives all the fruits. Without my will, the sacraments themselves may constitute poisons and can lead the soul to eternal death. This morning, being in my usual state, I cannot say if I was dreaming, I saw my deceased confessor. He seemed to take something twisted in my mind to adjust it. Asking him why he was doing this, he said, "I have come to warn you that you must be careful to write well what you write because God is order. If you neglect a phrase or word that the Lord dictates to you, it could be a source of doubt or difficulty for those who read your writings." Hearing this, I said to him, "Maybe you knew that I was negligent." He said, No, but always be attentive, make sure you always write clearly and simply what Jesus tells you. Do not neglect anything because, if you omit a small sentence or a simple word, or you say things differently, there may be a lack of order. In fact, the appropriate words serve to enlighten the reader, to make things understood by him with more clarity. You might be inclined to make slight omissions although, often, the small things enlighten the big ones and the big ones enlighten the small ones. So be careful that everything is well ordered. After saying that, he disappeared and I was a little puzzled. Then, as I surrendered myself completely to the divine will, Jesus moved within me and said to me, "My daughter, how beautiful it is to see a soul act in my will. By immersing her actions, thoughts, and words in my will, she is like a sponge that absorbs all my possessions. One can see in this soul many divine acts haloed with light. And it is difficult to distinguish the acts of the Creator from those of the creature. Becoming imbued with the eternal will, these acts include its power, life, and mode of operation. Look at yourself and see how beautiful my will has made you. I lock myself in every one of your deeds. For he who possesses my will possesses everything." I looked at myself and, oh! What light emanated from me! What impressed me the most was to see Jesus locked in my every action. His will imprisoned him in me. Being in my usual state, I found myself out of my body in the company of my sweet Jesus. Full of kindness, he took my hands in his and hugged them against his chest. With much love, he said to me, "Beloved girl, if you knew what delights I feel when I tell you about my will. Every new knowledge I show you about it is happiness. that I let out of myself and that communicates to the creature. I feel happier in her by virtue of my own happiness. In fact, one of the characteristics of my will is to make God and man happy. Think of the rapture we live together. Me talking to you and you by RN listening. We make each other happy. Together we form the plant and the fruit of true and eternal happiness. Likewise, those who listen to or read the admirable and surprising things about my will feel the sweet enchantment of my happiness. For my happiness through my works, I want to talk to you of the nobility of my will, the heights that the soul can reach their end, of everything it can acquire when it allows my will to enter into it. The nobility of my will is divine. As such, it descends only to those who are noble pretenders. Thus, it is in my humanity that she descended first. She is not satisfied with little, she wants everything because she wants to give everything. How can it give it all if it does not find everything in the soul to place all its goods there? Thus, my humanity presented to my will a noble and holy court. This led my will to concentrate all things and people in me. Don't you see that? That my will may reign in a soul. This one must have in it all that my humanity has done. The other creatures participate partially in the fruits of the redemption, according to their dispositions. This soul brings them all together in it. It thus forms a noble procession for my will. My will then concentrates in this soul the love she has for all, and the love she expects from all. Thus she can receive through this soul the love of all. My will wants more. She also wants to find in this soul a return for everything, that is to say, a return for all the relationships existing in creation between the Creator and the creatures. Otherwise, his happiness cannot be complete. My will must be able to say to the soul where it reigns, if no one else loves me or gives me a return of love, I am still fully happy. For I find everything in this soul, I receive everything from her and I can give her everything. What can be said of the three divine persons can be repeated. We are untouchable no matter what creatures do. No one or anything can reach us or diminish our happiness. Only the soul that possesses our will can reach us, can come and be one with us. This soul is happy with our own happiness. So we are glorified by his happiness. Only when my will reigns fully in creatures, charity will reach in them its complete perfection. By virtue of my will, every creature will be found in every other creature, will love him, defend it and will support it. As God loves, defends, and sustains her, each creature will find itself transfused into all the others as well as into its own life. All virtues will reach their complete perfection, because they will not be nourished by human life, but by divine life. That is why I needed two humanities. My own humanity to achieve the redemption, and another to realize the fiat voluntas killed on earth as in heaven, each more necessary than the other. Indeed, if with the first, I had to redeem man, with the second I had to restore man to his first end, to open the streams of grace between the human will and the divine will, so that the divine will can reign on earth as in heaven. To redeem man, my humanity has allowed my will to reign over earth as well as heaven. I am looking for another humanity that, letting my will reign in it on earth as in heaven, will enable me to accomplish all the purposes of creation. Therefore, be careful to let my will alone reign in you. And I will love you with the same love with which I loved my most holy humanity. I felt very depressed by the deprivation of my adorable Jesus. Oh, that my heart was bleeding. I had the feeling to suffer continuous deaths, to no longer be able to continue without him, and that my martyrdom could not be more cruel. As I strove to accompany Jesus in the various mysteries of his passion, I came to the mystery of his painful flagellation. Then he moved within me and totally filled me with his adorable person. Seeing him, I wanted to tell him about my painful condition. But, imposing silence on me, he said to me, "My daughter, let us pray together." We are going through a very sad time. My justice, unable to contain itself because of the malice of the creatures, would like to overwhelm the earth with new punishments. Prayer in my will is therefore necessary. Covering all creatures, it must come to their defense and prevent my justice from approaching them to chastise them. How touching it was to see Jesus praying! And since I was accompanying him in the painful mystery of his flogging, he showed himself shedding his blood. I heard him say, "My Father, I offer you my blood." Oh! Leave him. Cover the intelligences of creatures. Remove from them evil thoughts and soothe the fire of their passions, that their intelligence may become holy. Let this blood cover their eyes in such a way that they do not let themselves be seduced by evil pleasures and are not soiled by terrestrial mud. Let this blood fills their mouth and makes their lips incapable to utter blasphemy, imprecation, and any other evil word. My Father, that this blood covers their hands, so that evil actions may become unbearable to them. May this blood flow in our eternal will, to then cover all creatures and protect them before the rights of our justice. Who could describe Jesus' way of praying and recall all that he said? Then he kept silent and took my poor soul in his hands, palpating it and examining it. I said to him, "My love, what are you doing there? Is there anything in me that you don't like?" He replied, "I need your soul and give it expansion in my will. In any case, I do not have to realize to you what I am doing in you, for by the fact that you have given yourself completely to me, you have lost your rights, all your rights belong to me. Do you know what your only right is? It is that my will be yours and that I provide you with everything that can make you happy in time and eternity." Continuing in my usual state, I was carried out of my body by my adorable Jesus. He said to me, "My daughter, the Creator is looking for the creature to lay on his lap the benefits of creation." He ensured that, in every century, there were souls seeking only him and in whom he could deposit his gifts. In a mutual encounter, the Creator descended from heaven and the creature ascended to him. The first to give and the other to receive. I always feel a great need to give. It is for me a painful suffering to prepare benefits to be granted and to find no one to welcome them. Do you know in whom I can deposit the blessings of me at creation? In those who live in my will. Only my will can give rise in the soul to the dispositions that make it fit to receive the blessings of the Creator and provide him with the gratitude and love that it has the obligation to offer to the Creator for all the benefits received from him. So come with me. We will travel together through heaven and earth. I want to place in you the ability to perceive the love that I have placed in all created things, that you give me a return of love for all these things and that you love everyone with my love. We will give love to all. We will be two to love everyone. I will not be alone to do it anymore. So we went everywhere. Jesus laid in me the love he placed in all created things. And I, echoing his love, repeated with him the "I love you" of all creatures. Jesus added, "My daughter, in creating man, we have infused into her soul the most intimate portion of our interior, our will. We have placed in him all the particles of our divinity, that he could receive as a creature, to the point of making him our image. But he broke with our will. He retained his human will, but it took in him the place of the divine will. It obscured and infected his person. It rendered inoperative the particles of our will deposited in him, to the point that he became mutilated and completely out of whack. To dispose it to reconnect with our will, to rid him of the darkness and infections in which he has plunged, and to put back in him the particles of our divinity which we had provided him with at the beginning. It is necessary that I breathe again on him. Oh! How I can't wait to see it beautiful as when I created it. Only my will can accomplish this great prodigy. That is why I want to blow on you so that you may receive this great good, that my will reign in you and gives you back all the goods and rights that I had granted to man in creating him." With these words, he approached, blew on me, looked at me, kissed me, and disappeared. This morning my sweet Jesus made himself visible in me with his arms elongated in the shape of a cross. I put myself in the same position as him. He said to me, "My daughter, the last act of my life was to lie on the cross and to remain there until my death, with open arms. Without being able to move or oppose everything they wanted to do to me. I was the image of the one who lives. Not with his human will, but with the divine will. Being unable to move or oppose, having lost all right over myself. I was experiencing the horrible tension of my arms. How many things they said. While I had lost my rights, my life was taken. But the preponderant right was that of the supreme will. He used his immensity and omniscience. He took all souls sinful or holy, innocent or evil and placed them in my outstretched arms, so that I could bring them to heaven. I did not refuse any of them. The divine will made a place for every soul in my arms. The supreme will is a continuous act. What she did once, it never stops doing so. My humanity is in heaven and it is not subject to suffering. It continues to seek souls acting only in the divine will. They refuse nothing of God and are willing to lose all their rights to those of my will. My humanity wants to place all souls, sinful or holy, innocent or evil, in the arms of these souls. These lend themselves to expand in my will in order to continue what my arms stretched out on the cross have done. That is why I am extended in you. So that the Supreme will may continue its action. To bring all souls into my arms. Holiness is not achieved by a single act, but by the succession of many acts. A single act does not form holiness or perversity. Without the succession of acts, the true colors of holiness or perversity are absent and neither can be judged. What makes holiness shine and constitutes its seal is the succession of good deeds. No one can say that he is rich because he has a penny. But only if he owns many goods, villas, palaces, etc. Holiness is the result of many good deeds, sacrifices, heroic deeds. Although it may experience off-peak periods. Holiness in my will, on the other hand, knows no intermittency. It is associated with the continuing act of the eternal will. It is always active, always triumphant, always loves and never stops. Holiness in my will poses in the soul. The imprint of the continuing act of the Creator. His continual love and the continual preservation of all the things He has created. The Creator never changes, He is immutable. What is subject to change is earth and not heaven. Change is the lot of the human will, not the divine will. Interruptions in the good are of the creature, not of the Creator. Such interruptions would not suit holiness in my will. It must bear the characteristics of the holiness of the Creator. So, be attentive and leave all rights to the supreme will. Then I will form in you holiness in my will. This morning, after a long wait, my ever-kind Jesus showed himself inside me. He seemed tired and, seeing as a support in me, he stretched out his arms to lean on it. Placing his head on this support, he rested and invited me to rest with him. How joyful it was to be able to rest with Jesus after experiencing so much bitterness. He said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know what formed this support that comforts us so much? These are all your deeds done in my will. This support is so strong that it could bear heaven and earth within me. Only my will can generate such strength. The acts done in my will bind heaven and earth. They carry divine power to the point of being able to sustain a god." I said to him, "My love, despite this support, I fear that you will leave me. What would I do without you? You know how miserable and miserable I am. I am afraid that if you leave me, your will also leave me." He replied, "My daughter, why do you fear? This fear comes from your human will. My will excludes all fear. She is sure of herself and immutable. It is linked to all created things and rules over each of them. The soul that decides to let myself be possessed by my will and to live in her. is equally related to all created things. His belonging to my will is inscribed on all things created, with indelible characters. Take a look at the universe, your name and your filiation vis-a-vis my will are written in indelible characters in the heavens, stars, sun, and all. How, then, would it be possible for this eternal and divine Mother who is my will, abandons her dear daughter born of her and raised with so much love? Therefore, put aside all fear if you don't want to hurt me. So, I looked at the celestial vault, the sun, and everything else. I could see my name written with the title of daughter of His will. May everything be for the glory of God and the confusion of my poor soul. After waiting a long time for my adorable Jesus, I felt His presence in me. Extending His arms, He said to me, "My daughter, in my will, extend your arms as I do, in order to make reparations for the great number of those who act in the human will, which is the source of all their evils and can precipitate the soul into the eternal abyss. Do it to prevent my justice from letting its legitimate fury erupt. When a creature expands into my will to act and suffer, my righteousness feels touched by this creature inhabited by the power of my will. She puts aside her just rigor. It is a divine current that the creature circulates between God and the human family by which my righteousness can only have compassion for poor humanity." While he was saying this, he showed me creatures preparing a great revolution against the government and the church. What a horrible massacre I live! So many tragedies! Then my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, have you seen? Creatures don't want to stop. Their thirst for blood persists. This leads my justice to destroy entire cities through earthquakes, floods and fire, making their inhabitants disappear from the face of the earth. Therefore, my daughter, pray, suffer and act in my will. Only this can prevent my righteousness from breaking out to destroy the earth. Oh! If you knew how beautiful and joyful it is to see a soul act in my will. The sea and the land can give you pictures of it. These two elements are so closely related that water cannot be without land and earth would be infertile without water. It's like they're married. The sea can be called Father and Mother Earth. This is the union that the soul should have with my will. So what is the sea? A huge expanse of water. What comes to life and nourishes there? A wide variety of fish. They swim there and rush there happily. The sea is one, but many fish live there. The love and jealousy of the sea towards these fish is so great that it keeps them hidden within it. Its waters extend above and below them, to their right and left. When a fish wants to move, it splits the waters and has fun. The waters let him pass at will, although they cover him from all sides, they never leave him. When the fish swims, the sea quickly closes the passage behind it, giving no indication of where it comes from or where it is going, so that it cannot be followed. If the fish wants to feed, the water provides it with everything it needs. If he wants to sleep, the water becomes bed for him. She never leaves him, she always surrounds him. In short, there are living beings in the sea, different from water, who move and rush there, and which constitute His glory, His honor, and His wealth. The soul that lives and acts in my will is much more than a fish. Although finished, she has her movements, her voice, her mannerisms. The love and jealousy of my will towards this happy creature is so great that more than the sea surrounds the fish. I surround it above and below, left and right. For her, my will is life, food, speech, work, steps, suffering, bed and rest. My will follows her everywhere and wants to play with her. This creature is my glory, my honor, and my wealth. Its activities are comparable to swimming and the moose of fish in the sea, except that it is in the heavenly sea of the supreme will that it moves. The souls who live in my will are the hidden inhabitants of the heavenly and infinite waters of the sea of my will. Just as fish, hidden and silent inhabitants of the sea, constitute the glory of it and serve to feed men. These souls, hidden and silent in the divine sea of my will, are the greatest glory of creation and The main cause of the descent into the earth of the exquisite food of my will. The earth is another image of the life of the soul in my will. The souls who live in my will are like plants, flowers, trees, and seeds on earth. With what love does the earth not open to receive the seed? Not only does it open to receive it, but she closes in on herself to help it become dust, so that this potential plant can manifest itself more easily. And when the plant begins to come out of its breast, the earth is rushing all around it, providing it with its nutrients to help it grow. A mother cannot be as affectionate as Mother Earth. A mother does not always carry his newborn on his lap, no more than she constantly feeds him with her milk, while the earth never removes the plant from her breast. On the contrary, the more the plant grows, the more room the earth makes room for its roots so that it can grow stronger and more beautiful. The love and jealousy of the earth towards the plant is so great that it keeps it attached to it to feed it continuously. Plants, flowers, etc., are the most beautiful ornaments of the earth, its happiness, glory, and wealth. In addition, they are used to feed human generations. For the soul that lives and acts in her, my will is more than Mother Earth, more than a tender mother. I hide this soul in my will. I help him so that the seed of his own will die and it will be reborn with my will and can become my beloved plant. I feed it with the heavenly milk of my divinity. My concern for her is such that I keep it constantly on my breast, so that it can grow strong and beautiful, all in my likeness. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive. Always act in my will if you want to make your beloved Jesus happy. I would like that you put everything else aside and you concentrate all your efforts to live and act continuously in my will. I thought to myself, I would always like to move in the divine will. I would like to be like a clock wheel that runs continuously without ever stopping. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, do you still want to move in my will? Oh! With what joy and love I wish you always to act in my will. Your soul will be that little wheel and my will serve as your spring so that you always turn quickly. Your desire will trigger your departure to the destination you have chosen. Whichever path you take, whether in the past, present or future, you will always be dear to me and make my greatest delights." He added, "Dear daughter of my will, acting in my will involves creative power. Look at all that my humanity accomplished when she was on earth. Seeing that everything was accomplished in the supreme will, everything I did was accompanied by the creative power. Just as, in accordance with the purpose of the Creator, the sun is always in action without ever losing its splendor and warmth, everything I did was in accordance with the views of the Creator. And as the sun is for everyone, so is my action, while being unique, it is for everyone. My thoughts form a circle around each intelligence created. Similarly, my looks, my words, my work, my steps, my heartbeat and my sorrows form a circle around the looks, the words, the works, the sorrows, etc., the creatures. I can say that, as inside a circle, I keep everything that the creature accomplishes. If the creature thinks in my will, the circle of my thoughts surrounds his thoughts by enclosing them in mine. Thus, participating in the creative power, his thoughts fulfill the function of my thoughts before God and before men. In the same way, if you look or talk, my looks and words open a space to receive yours so that they become one with mine and perform the same functions. That is the case for everything else. The souls who live in my will are my repeaters, my inseparable images. They copy everything from me, everything they do comes back to me and is marked with the seal of my own deeds, and performs the same functions. I felt very anxious, although everything abandoned in the arms of Jesus. I asked him to have mercy on me. Then, having lost consciousness, I saw out of my interior a little girl all weak, pale, and plunged into deep sadness. Approaching this little girl, blessed Jesus took her in his arms and, moved with pity, pressed her on his heart. Then he made anointing on his forehead, eyes, lips, chest, and all his limbs. The little girl regained vigor and colors, and left her state of sadness. Seeing that the child was regaining strength, Jesus pressed her more strongly on him to restore her further. He said to her, "Poor little girl, what state are you in? Do not be afraid, your Jesus will bring you out of this state." I thought, who is this little girl who came out of me and whom Jesus loves so much? My sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, this little child is your soul. I love him so much that I cannot tolerate seeing you sad and weak. That is why I have come to infuse you with new life and new vigor." To these words, I said to him, weeping, "My love and my life, Jesus, how I fear you will leave me. Where would I go without you? How could I live? To what deplorable state would my poor soul be reduced? What horrible suffering I feel at the thought that you could leave me. This suffering hurts me, takes away my peace and puts hell in my heart. Jesus, have mercy, have compassion on me, a very small child. I have no one. If you leave me, it's all over for me." Jesus continued, "My daughter, keep calm, don't be afraid. Your Jesus does not leave you. I care a lot about your trust in me and I don't want you to lack it in the slightest. See, I love so much that souls trust me completely that, often, I close my eyes on some of their faults or imperfections, or on their lack of correspondence to my grace, to prevent them from trusting me completely. Indeed, if the soul loses confidence, it becomes as if separated from me, withdrawn into itself. She stands away from me and becomes paralyzed in her outbursts of love towards me. As a result, she is reluctant to sacrifice herself for me. Oh! How much havoc is caused by lack of trust! It can be said that it is like a spring jelly, which hinders the life of plants and which, if the jelly is severe, sometimes causes them to die. So it is with the lack of trust. It blocks the development of virtues and cools the most ardent love. Oh! As it often happens that my holiest goals are countered by lack of confidence. That's why I tolerate certain flaws more easily than lack of trust. Because these defects can never be so damaging. On the other hand, how could I leave you, after having worked so hard in your soul? Look at all the work I have to do there. In saying this, he made me see a sumptuous and immense palace erected with his hands in the depths of my soul. He continued, "My daughter, how could I leave you? Look at the number of pieces, they are countless. So many knowledge and wonders I have made you known about my will, so many pieces I have formed in you in order to deposit all these goods. All I have to do is add a few new and rare shades in order to give more prominence and honor to my work. Do you believe that I could leave this beautiful work done with my hands? It cost me too much. Moreover, my will is committed to it. And, where my will is, there is life, a life not subject to death. Your fear is nothing but a little lack of confidence on your part. Therefore, trust me and we will walk harmoniously together, and I will do in you the work of my will." While I was in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. To my surprise, I saw a woman lying on the ground in the middle of a street. She was full of wounds and all her limbs were dislocated. Not one of his bones was in his place. The woman, though so damaged as to be a true symbol of pain, was beautiful, noble and majestic. It was painful to see her abandoned by all, exposed to the blows of all those who would have wanted to harm him. Compassionate, I looked around to see if someone could help me pick her up to get her to safety. Fortunately, oh wonder, a young man appeared near me. He seemed to be Jesus. Together, we lifted it from the ground. But, with each movement, she felt extreme pain caused by the dislocation of her bones. With great care, we transported her to a palace and placed her on a bed. Jesus seemed to love this woman, to the point of being ready to give her life to save her and restore her health. Together, we took its dislocated limbs in our hands to put them back in their place. By the touch of Jesus, all the bones found their place. The woman was transformed into a beautiful and charming child. I was very surprised, and Jesus said to me, "My daughter, this woman is the image of my church. It is always noble, holy, and full of majesty, since it comes from the Son of the Heavenly Father. But, to what a pitiful state its members have reduced it. Not content with not living holy like her, they carried her in the middle of the way, exposing her to cold, mockery and beatings. In addition, his children, like dislocated limbs, live in the middle of the street and indulge in all kinds of vices. Attachment to their personal interests, what is predominant among them, blinds them and commits the most heinous offenses. They live by her side to hurt her and continually say to her, 'Be crucified, be crucified.' In what a miserable state my church is! The ministers who should defend it are its cruelest executioners. Consequently, so that it can come back to life, it is necessary that these members be eliminated, to make way for new members, innocent and devoid of personal interests, in such a way that it becomes again the beautiful child, gracious and devoid of malice, all filled with strength and holiness, as I have constituted it. That is why it is necessary for his enemies to attack him, so that its infected limbs are purged. Pray and suffer that everything may be for my glory." After these words of Jesus, I reintegrated my body. I was very disturbed and prayed to Jesus to have mercy on me and to take full care of my poor soul himself. I said, "Oh, keep everyone away from me if you want to, but you stay with me. You alone are enough for me. After such a long waiting time, you should have satisfied me, especially since I want nothing but you." Pendant kje desays cella et d'autres choses, Monday Jesus prit Monday bras comme sil volatile oui même me libérer de Monday état, remplissant in zle rôle de Monday confiseur. Oh! Quelle joie j'ai éprouvée! J'ai me suis dit, Monday sacrifice le plus dur est finalement terminé. Mais Monday bonheur fut de bien court durée puisque, de tu il pris Monday bras, à cet instant même, il disparaît en me les sant dans Monday état, sans que je puisse revenir à moi. Oh! Comme j'ai pleur et que j'ai pris d'avoir pitié de moi. Quelques heures plus tard, Monday aimable Jesus revint et, me voyant tout en larmes et bouleversé, il me dit, "Ma fille, ne pleure pas. Ne veux-tu pas avoir confiance en ton Jesus? Laisse-moi faire, ne prends pas les choses à la légère. En effet, combien de tristes événements sont sur le point de se produire. Ma justice ne retiendra plus bien longtemps les fléaux prêts pour châtier les creatures. Men are about to fight. And when you learn of the malice of your brethren, you will have remorse for refusing your usual sacrifice. As if you yourself had contributed to the coming of these punishments." Hearing this, I said to him, "My Jesus, may this never happen and may I never leave your will. On the contrary, save me from the greatest of misfortunes, that of not fulfilling your most holy will. Nor am I asking you to free me from suffering, on the contrary, if you like it, increase it. I only ask you to free me from the inconvenience I cause to my confessor, only if you want to. This sacrifice is too hard for me. I feel like I don't have the strength to put up with it. Nevertheless, grant me this only if you want to, if not, give me more strength. Above all, do not allow your most holy will not to be fulfilled in me." Jesus continued, "My daughter, remember that I asked you for a yes in my will and you said it with great love. This yes still exists and occupies the first place in my will. Everything you do, think, and say is related to that yes to which nothing escapes. And my will is in joy and celebration. Seeing a creature will live in my will. And I always continue to nourish this yes with my graces and to transform all your deeds into divine acts. This is the greatest prodigy that exists between heaven and earth. The most precious thing to me. And if that never happens, that yes was revoked by you, I would feel torn and cry bitterly. See, while you were expressing this little opposition, your yes trembled with terror and the foundations of heaven shuddered. All the saints and angels shuddered with horror, because they felt that an act of the divine will was being snatched from them. Indeed, since my will encompasses everything and everyone, your deeds done in my will are part of themselves. As a result, all felt this tear and have been severely sentenced. Horrified by these words, I replied to Jesus, "My love, what do you say? Is all this evil possible? Your words make me die of sorrow. Oh! Please forgive me. Have mercy on me who is so wicked, and confirm my yes by binding myself more firmly to your will. Make me die rather than let me leave your will." Jesus continued, "My daughter, calm down. As soon as you put yourself back in my will, everything calmed down and the party resumed. Your yes continues its rapid tours in the immensity of my will. Ah! My daughter! Neither you nor those who lead you have understood what it means to live in my will. That's why you don't like it and you consider it unimportant. This pains me, since it is the thing that interests me the most and that should primarily interest all creatures. But, alas, they are interested to something else. To things that I like less or leave me indifferent, rather than to what glorifies me the most. And who gives them, even on this earth, immense and eternal benefits, and makes them owners of the goods of my will. My will is one and it embraces all eternity. The soul that lives in it and makes it its own comes from it to participate in all his joys and all his possessions. She even becomes like the owner. And if she does not taste all these joys and all these goods on earth, as she will have the deposit in her will, by virtue of my will accomplished by her on earth, she will taste them in full after her death. When it arrives in heaven, where my will placed them in deposit while she lived on earth, nothing will be taken away from him, on the contrary, everything will be multiplied. If the saints enjoy my will in heaven, it is because they live in her. And it is always in joy that they live there. But the soul that lives in my will on earth does so through suffering. It would be incorrect if, having arrived in heaven, nor does she enjoy the joy and benefits of my will. What immense riches does not the soul that lives in my will on earth take with it to heaven? I can say that all eternity hastens to encircle her to enrich her and make her happy. She will not be deprived of anything that my will contains. She is the daughter of my will, which does not want to deprive her of absolutely nothing. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive and do not oppose any of my designs on you. I was thinking of the holy divine will as I strove to merge into it, in order to be able to embrace all creatures and to present to my God all their deeds as one act. Then I saw the open heaven from which came out a sun that touched me with its rays. These rays penetrated into the depths of my soul and touched it too. As a result, my soul turned into a sun whose rays would touch the sun where my injury came from. As I continued to perform my acts for all in the divine will, these acts were covered with the rays of this sun and converted into divine acts which, spreading to all and to all, formed a web of light that brought back order between the Creator and the creatures. I was delighted with this and, coming out of the first sun, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, see how beautiful is the sun of my will. What power, what a wonder! As soon as a soul wants to merge into my will to embrace all creatures, my will is transformed into a sun that touches this soul and transforms it into another sun. Then, performing his deeds in this sun, the soul forms rays that come to touch the sun of the supreme will, covering all the creatures of its rays. The soul loves and glorifies the Creator and makes reparations in the name of all creatures. And she does not do this with love and human glory, but with the love and glory of the divine will, since the sun of my will has operated in it. Do you see what it means to act in my will? Transforming the human will into a sun. My will acts in this sun as in its own center. Then my sweet Jesus took all the books I wrote about the divine will, gathered them together, and pressed them on his heart. Then, with inexpressible tenderness, he says, "I bless these writings with all my heart. I bless every word, I bless the effects and the values they contain. These writings are part of me. He then called the angels who, bowing deeply, began to pray. And as two priests who were to acquaint themselves with these writings were there, Jesus tells the angels to touch their foreheads, that the Holy Spirit may be communicated to them and that He may infuse His light in them, so that they may fully understand the truths and benefits contained in these scriptures. The angels obeyed, and then, blessing us all, Jesus disappeared. I was wondering about what has been written about life in the divine will. I prayed Jesus to give me more light so that, when I am obliged to do so, I express myself more clearly on this holy subject. My sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, they don't want to understand. To live in my will is to reign. To do my will is to be subject to my orders. The first state is to possess, the second to receive my orders and carry them out. He who lives in my will makes it his own and disposes of it. Whoever fulfills my will sees it as God's will and not his own. He does not dispose of it at will. To live in my will is to live with one will, that of God, as this will is all holy, all pure and all peace, and there is only one will that reigns, there is no conflict, everything is peace. Human passions tremble before the supreme will, they seek to stay away from it. They do not even dare to move or oppose her because they see that heaven and earth are trembling before her. As the first stage of life in it, the divine will puts the divine order in the depths of the soul and the emptiness of what is human. Trends, passions, inclinations, and others. To fulfill my will is to live with two wills. Therefore, when I give the order to make mine, the soul feels the weight of his own will, which provokes resistance. Even though the soul faithfully fulfills the commands of my will, it feels the weight of its rebellious nature, passions, and inclinations. How many saints, although they had attained the highest perfection, felt oppressed by their own will that was waging war against them? Several were forced to exclaim, "Who will deliver me from this body of death?" which means, who will deliver me from my own will? Who seeks to give death to the good I want to accomplish? To live in my will is to live as a son. To do my will is to live as a servant. In the first case, what the Father owns also belongs to the Son. Often, the servants have to make more sacrifices than the Son. They are exposed to more arduous and humble work, cold and heat, and to move on foot. What have my saints not done to obey the orders of my will? Moreover, the Son stays with his Father, takes care of him, comforts him with his kisses and caresses. He gives orders to the servants as if it were the Father who commanded. If he goes out, he does not go on foot, but by car. While the Son owns everything that belongs to his Father. Servants receive only the wages due to their work, remaining free to serve or not to serve their master. If they do not serve it, they are no longer entitled to any compensation. As for the Son, no one can cancel its rights, prevent him from owning the Father's property. No law, celestial or earthly, can nullify his rights, nor untie his relationship of filiation vis-a-vis his Father. My daughter, life in my will is the one most closely related to the life of the blessed in heaven. It is also distant from the lives of those who fulfill my will and are faithfully subject to my commands. That heaven is distant from earth, that the Son is distant from the servants, or that a king is distant from his subjects. It is a gift that I want to give in these sad times. That one does not only do my will, but possesses it. Am I not free to give what I want, when I want, and to whom do I want? Can a master not say to his servant, "Live in my house, eat, take an order as if you were myself"? And to ensure that no one can doubt that this servant owns the master's property, the master recognizes him as his son and grants him the right of possession. If a rich man can do this, how much more I can do it myself. Life in my will is the greatest gift I want to give to creatures. My kindness and generosity always want to spread more love on them. Having given them everything and having nothing else to grant them to be loved by them, I want to offer them the gift of my will so that, possessing it, They appreciate the great property at their disposal. Don't be surprised if you see that they don't understand. To understand, they will have to dispose of themselves to the greatest of sacrifices. That of not giving life, even in holy things, to their own will. They will then feel the possession of my will and they will experience what it means to live in my will. As for you, be attentive. Don't be bothered by the difficulties they cause you. Little by little, I will make my way to make them understand what it is to live in my will. While I was writing the previous article, I saw my sweet Jesus press his mouth on my heart and, with his breath, infuse me with the words I wrote. At the same time, I heard a horrible noise in the distance, as if people were fighting. It was a scare. Turning to my Jesus, I said to him, "My Jesus, my love. What is the cause of this tumult? Looks like rabid demons. What makes them so furious?" Jesus answered me, "My daughter. It is exactly them, they don't want you to write about my will. When they see you write especially important truths concerning life in my will, their sufferings redouble and they torment all the damned even more. They are very concerned that these writings about my will be published, because they fear losing their kingdom on the earth they have acquired when man, withdrawing from the divine will, gave free rein to his human will. Oh, yes. It was really at this moment that the enemy acquired his kingdom on earth. And if my will were to reign over the earth, they would rush on their own into the deepest abyss. That's why they rage with so much fury. They feel the power of my will in these writings. And the mere possibility that these writings will be published infuriates them. They do everything to prevent the achievement of such a great good. As for you, do not pay attention to them and learn from this to appreciate my teachings." I replied, "My Jesus, I need your almighty hand very much to be able to write down what you say about life in your will. In the face of so many difficulties that others create for me, especially when they say, 'How is it possible that no other creature has lived in the divine will?' I feel so annihilated that I would like to disappear from the face of the earth and no one sees me again. But I am obliged to continue to accomplish your most holy will." Jesus continued, "My daughter. Life in my will involves the loss of all rights of one's own will. You that the rights belong to the divine will. If the soul does not lose its rights, it cannot really be said that it lives in my will. At best, we can say that she lives resigned, in conformity. Living in my will does not require not only that the creature acts in accordance with it, but that she does not allow herself any feeling, no thought, no desire. Not even a simple breath, where my will has no place. My will does not tolerate in this creature human affections or thoughts, or anything else of which she is not life. Do you think it is easy for a soul to voluntarily lose his rights? Oh! How difficult it is! There are souls who, when they reach the point of losing all their rights over their will, regress and are content to continue in a life of compromise. The loss of its rights is the greatest sacrifice the creature can make. However, this is what disposes my goodness to open to this creature the doors of my will, to let her live there and to give her my divine rights in return. Therefore, be attentive and never leave my will." I felt all bitter because I was deprived of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How my exile becomes more painful and bitter without the presence of the one who is my whole life. I begged him to feel sorry for me and not to leave me alone. My beloved Jesus showed up and squeezed my heart tightly with his hands. Then he tied me up with a small string of light, so firmly that I couldn't move. Then he spread out into me and we suffered together. After that, I felt transponed outside my body to the vault of heaven. And I felt like I was meeting the Heavenly Father and the Holy Ghost. Jesus, with whom I was with, placed himself in their midst and laid me on the lap of the Father who seemed to be waiting for me with great love. He hugged me and, absorbing me in his will, he communicated his power to me. The other two divine persons did the same. While, one by one, they absorbed me in their will, they unified and I felt simultaneously immersed. in the will and power of the Father, in the will and wisdom of the Son, and in the will and love of the Holy Spirit. But, how to describe everything I have experienced? Then my kind Jesus said to me, "Daughter of our eternal will, bow down before our Supreme Majesty in the name of all creatures, offer Him your worship, your tributes and your praises. With the power, wisdom, and love of our will, we will feel in you the power of our will that adores us, the wisdom of our will that glorifies us and the love of our will that loves us and sings our praises. And as the power, wisdom, and love of the three divine persons are in communication with the intellect, memory and will of all creatures, we will feel your adoration, your tributes, and your praises flow into the intelligences of all creatures who, rising between heaven and earth, will make us hear the echo of our power, of our wisdom and of our love. And we will worship, glorify, and love us. You will not be able to give us greater worship, more noble tributes and a more divine love. No other act cannot match these acts, and give us so much glory and love, because we perceive in it the power, wisdom, and reciprocal love of the three divine persons. We find our own deeds in the acts of the creature. How not to estimate these acts and not to give them supremacy over all other acts? Thus, I prostrated myself before the Supreme Majesty, worshipping her, praising her and loving her in the name of all, with the power, wisdom, and love of His will that I felt in me. How to say what followed? I have no words for that end, therefore, I continue. Then I received Holy Communion. I immersed myself in the will of my greatest good, Jesus, in order to find in it all creation. Thus, no one was going to miss the call for prostrate with me at the feet of Jesus host. Worship Him, love Him, bless Him, etc. However, in doing this, I felt a little distracted. Seeing my embarrassment, Jesus took all creation on His lap and said to me, "My daughter, I have placed all creation on my lap, so that it may be easier for you to take with you all beings, so that nothing that comes from me is missing from the call to give me, through you, the return of love and adoration that come back to me. I wouldn't be fully satisfied in you if someone or something was missing. In my will, I want to find everything in you. Then it was easier for me to take with me all the creation, that all beings may praise and love my greatest good, Jesus." But, oh, what a surprise! Each thing created had a distinct reflection and a special love for Jesus. Oh, how happy Jesus was! While I was doing this, I came back into my body. I was totally immersed in the holy divine will. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how beautiful it is to see a soul immerse itself in my will." The created heartbeat then merges with the uncreated heartbeat, to be one with them. This is the greatest happiness for the human heart. Beat in unison with the heart of its creator. The human heart takes flight and finds itself at the center of its creator. I replied to Jesus, "Tell me, my love, how often does your will make its turn in all creatures?" He replied, "My daughter, with every heartbeat of the creature, my will makes its complete tour in all creation. Just as the creature's heartbeat is continual, to the point that if the heart ceases to beat, life ceases, thus, to give divine life to the creature, my will flows continuously and pulsates in every heart. My will is in the creature as the first palpitation. Those of the creature come second. If the heart of the creature beats, it is by virtue of the palpitations of my will. Even more, my will forms in the creature two heartbeats. One for the life of his body and the other for the life of his soul. Do you want to know what the palpitations of my will perform in the creature? If she thinks, my will circulates in the veins of his soul and gives him divine thoughts, that she may set aside human thoughts in favor of the thoughts of my will. If she speaks, acts, walks or loves. Ma volant votre sa place dans ses paroles, ses pas et son amour. The love and jealousy of my will towards the creature is such that if she wants to think, my will is thought for her. If she wants to look, my will is looked at for her. If she wants to speak, my will is word for her. If she wants to work, my will is done work for her. If she wants to walk, my will is not for her, and if she wants to love, my will is fired for her. In short, my will circulates in each act of the creature to occupy the first place, the one that belongs to him. But, to my greatest pain, the creature denies my will the place of honor. She gives this place to her human will. Thus, my will is obliged to remain in the creature. As if she had no thoughts, no eyes, no words, no hands, no feet. As if she were unable to develop her life in this creature, at the center of her soul. What a pain! What enormous ingratitude! Do you want to know? What creature gives my will the full freedom to be the heartbeat of his soul? The one who lives in my will. Oh! How much my will communicates its life to this creature and constitutes itself. The thought of his thoughts. The eyes of his eyes. The words of his mouth. The beating of his heart, and so on. How quickly we understand each other. Thus, my will achieves its purpose of forming its life in the soul of the creature. It's not just in the creature endowed with reason that my will holds the first place and is like the first palpitation. But in all things created, from the smallest to the largest, my will also holds the first place and acts as a heartbeat. No created thing can escape the power and immensity of my will. My will is also the life of the azure sky, maintaining its celestial color always new and clear. The sky cannot fade or fade because my will willed it that way. Since it has established that this must be the case, this does not change. My will is also the life of the light and heat of the sun. Through her palpitations of life, she keeps her light and warmth always constant. It keeps it stable, without it being able to increase or decrease the benefits it gives to the whole earth. My will is the life of the sea, it presides over to the murmur of its waters, the elk of its fish and the roar of its waves. It manifests its power over created things with such majesty and absolute authority that the sea can only whisper and the fish can only swim. I can say that it is my will. Who whispers in the sea? Who takes his elk in the fish? Which is heard in the roar of the waves? The life of my will is there and accomplishes everything according to his good pleasure. My will is palpitation of life for birds that sing, chicks that chirp, lambs that bleat, cooing doves, plants that grow, and the air that everyone breathes. In short, the life of my will is found in everything. By her power, she does what she wants. It maintains harmony in all created things. It forms in them the effects, colors, and functions that suit them. And do you know why she does this? It is for make me know creatures. Approach them. Court them and love them. I do this by as many acts different from my will as there are created things. My love was not happy to put my will in the depths of the creature's soul as a palpitation of life. He wanted this palpitation to be found in all created things, in such a way that, even from the outside, my will never leaves the creature. That it be preserved and grow in the holiness of my will, and that all the things created are for her an incentive, an example, a voice, and a continual invitation. That she may always run in the fulfillment of my will. The only purpose for which it was created. However, the creatures remained deaf to the multiple invitations of creation, blind to so many examples. If they opened their eyes, they fixed them on their own will. What a pain! Therefore, if you don't want to increase my grief and deviate from the purpose for which you were created, never seek to leave my will. I felt very depressed because of the absence of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How many fears have invaded my soul! What tortured me the most was the thought that my Jesus didn't love me as much as he used to. While these thoughts were dwelling in me, I felt seized by the shoulders and heard Jesus say to me in my ear, "My daughter, why are you afraid I don't love you? Ah! If you knew my love for all creatures in general, you would be surprised. With what love have I not created each of them? How many senses have I not endowed them with? Each of their senses is a means of communication with me. Their intellect is a means of communication between their intelligence and mine. Their eyes a means of communication between my light and theirs. Talk to them about a means of communication between my fiat and theirs. Their heart a means of communication between my love and theirs. In short, everything, breaths, movements, everything is communication between me and the creature. I have done for my creatures more than a father who arranges his son's wedding. Not only does it prepare his home, his clothes, his food, and everything that can make him happy, but he said to her, "We're going to part ways, it's true. But you will feel my life in you and I will feel your life in me. You will feel my thoughts and I will feel yours. You will feel my breath and my heartbeat and I will feel yours. We will be both far and near, separate and inseparable. You will feel my life and I will feel yours." What an earthly father cannot do for his son. This being impossible for him, I, the Heavenly Father, have realized it. After having given life to the creature and having prepared this earthly world for her as a residence, I have put between her and me such a great closeness that I can feel his life in me and that she can feel my life in her. This is my love for each of my creatures. What can I say now about the special love I have for you? Every suffering I sent you was a new communication between you and me. A new ornament of which I embellished your soul. Every truth I taught you was a particle of my qualities with which I adorned your soul. Every visit I have made to you and every grace I have given you were gifts that I poured into you. I was constantly multiplying my communications with you in order to paint in you my many beauties, my resemblance, so that you can live with me in heaven and I can live with you on earth. After all this, do you doubt my love? Rather, I say to you, worry about loving me more and I will love you more and more. I was thinking about all the love Jesus has for us. My mind wandered in eternal love. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus made me see in spirit rays of light. In the midst of these rays was a sun from which escaped as many rays as there are creatures. Each creature received a ray that gave it life, light, heat, strength, and growth. Everything that is necessary for life. It was wonderful to see each creature united with its ray of sunshine. As each branch is united to the vine from which it comes. While my mind let itself be lulled by everything I saw, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, look at what love I love the creature with. Before she sees the earthly light, she is already in my womb when she is born, I do not leave her. A ray of light carrying my life accompanies him constantly, to provide it with all that is necessary for its growth. How carefully I watch over this growth. With what love I water it. I make myself light, warmth, food and defense for her. And when his time on earth is over, I bring her into my womb through this same ray so that she can revel in her heavenly homeland. My love does more for the creature than the sun, which I have formed in the azure sky for the benefit of humanity. This sun is only the shadow of my true Sunday. In fact, the sun from the atmosphere does not form plants, does not provide them with water to prevent them from drying, does not provide them with all the necessary assistance for them to grow in beauty and vigor. The sun only fulfills its role of illuminating and warming. And if the plants do not receive water from elsewhere, the sun has no way of communicating its effects to them. On the contrary, it dries them out more. On the other hand, I, the true sun of souls, I never leave them, whether at night or during the day. I train them myself. I give them the water of my grace so that they do not dry up. I nourish them with the light of my truths. I strengthen them with my examples, I dispense them. The gentle breeze of my caresses to purify them. The dew of my charisms to embellish them. The arrows of my love to warm them. In short, there is nothing I do not do for them. I am everything to them, and I put the whole of my life at the disposal of each of them. However, what ingratitude on the part of the creatures! They are like branches attached to my vineyard, not out of love, but by force. Because they cannot do otherwise. Thus, they grow like branches that, not receiving all the good sap from the vine, are weak and unable to form even a single well-ripened bunch of grapes, which is likely to give bitterness to my divine palate. Ah! If all knew what love I have for their souls, they would be captivated by the strength of my love and would love me more. As for you, love me. And may your love become so great that you can love me for all. I live bitter days because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How much I miss his kind presence! Even the memory of his sweet words is a wound to my poor heart, and I say to myself inwardly, where is he now? Where did he go? Where can I find it? Ah! Everything is over, I won't see it anymore. I won't hear his voice anymore. We will no longer pray together. What misfortune! What torment! Ah! Jesus, how you have changed! How could you run away from me? But, even if you are far away, wherever you are, on the wings of your will I send you my kisses, my love, my cry of pain which tells you, come, come back to your poor exile, your little newborn who cannot live without you. As I said this and other things, my kind Jesus moved within me and, hugging me with his arms, he hugged me with force. I said to him, my life, my Jesus, I can't take it anymore, help me, give me your strength, don't leave me anymore, take me with you, I want to go with you. Interrupting my supplication, Jesus said to me, my daughter, don't you want to do my will? I said, certainly, I want to do your will, but your will is also in heaven. And if, until now, I have accomplished it on earth, I now want to accomplish it in heaven. Take me quickly, don't leave me anymore. I feel like I can't endure this anymore, have mercy on me. Jesus said, my daughter, you seem not to know what it means to do my will on earth. After so many lessons, you seem not to have understood correctly. You should know that the soul that lets my will live in it, when she prays, suffers, acts, loves, etc., it produces with God a sweet enchantment, having the effect of preventing my righteousness from pouring out on the earth the great punishments which creatures attract by their grave sins. For my righteousness also lives this enchantment coming from the creatures who live in my will. Do you think it is little for the Creator to see, in the creature that lives on earth, his own will to operate, triumph and dominate, with the same freedom with which it acts and dominates in heaven? This enchantment does not exist in heaven. Because, in my kingdom, my will reigns as in his own abode, and the enchantment is formed by myself, not outside of me. It is my will that delights all blessed souls, in such a way that they are always under my enchantment and enjoy it eternally. It is not they who create the sweet enchantment for me. It is I who create it for them. On the other hand, when my will lives in the creature in exile, it is as if she acted and dominated in the very dwelling of the creature. It then produces on me an enchantment so wonderful that my gaze is fixed on it and cannot detach itself from it. Ah! You don't know how necessary this enchantment is in these times. How many evils will come! People will feel compelled to devour each other, gripped by fierce rage. Leaders will be primarily responsible. Poor peoples. Their leaders will be real butchers, incarnate demons thirsty for the blood of their brothers. If the misdeeds were not so serious, your Jesus would not deprive you so much of his presence. Your fear that it is for other reasons that I am depriving you is unfounded. No, no, rest assured. It is my justice which, depriving you of me, finds its appeasement. As for you, never leave my will, so that this sweet enchantment may lead me to spare the peoples from greater evils. I feel unable to confide in my pen what I feel in my tortured heart. Oh, yes. No other martyrdom is comparable to that of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Corporal martyrdom wounds and kills the body, while martyrdom of its deprivation wounds the soul, lacerates it down to its deepest fibers and, what is worse, kills the soul without making it die. The constant strike on the anvil of pain and love. I ignore the sorrows I feel deep inside me because these are things I cannot describe. As the poorest of the beggars, I would like to ask for help. Of all angels, of all the saints, of my Queen and Mother, and of all creation, for a little prayer to Jesus on my behalf that, coming from all, this prayer incites Jesus to compassion towards the little girl of his will, and that he put an end to the hard exile in which I am plunged. While I was in such a painful state, I suddenly had the feeling that my angel was near me. This immediately made me think, why my angel and not Jesus? At that moment, I felt Jesus move within me. He said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know why angels are as they are? Why have they retained their original beauty and purity? This is because they have always remained in the first act in which they were created. They know no succession of acts, they do not change. They do not increase or decrease. They possess in themselves all possible and imaginable goods. Holding on to the simple act of my will by which they came to the light. They are immutable, beautiful, and pure. They have lost nothing of their original existence, and all their happiness consists of to voluntarily maintain oneself in this state. They find everything in my will and seek nothing else to be happy. That what my will gives them. On the other hand, do you know why there are hierarchical angelic choirs? There are angels who are closer to my throne, and do you know why? It is that, to some, my will has manifested only one act of my will. To other two. To other three, etc. This is what makes the difference between angelic choirs. Some angels are superior to others and more worthy to be near my throne. The more my will has manifested itself to them and they have maintained themselves in it, the higher, more beautiful, happy and superior they are. Angelic choirs are made up according to their level of knowledge of my supreme will. The angels of the different choirs have their own beauty and functions. This is how there is this hierarchy of angelic choirs. If you knew what it means to know my will better, perform more acts in it, and how much this determines the role, beauty and the superiority of a creature, how much more you would appreciate all knowledge that I have communicated to you on my will. Additional knowledge about my will elevates the soul to such a sublime height that the angels themselves are stunned and deceived. This leads them to proclaim incessantly, "Holy, holy, holy." My will manifests itself by creating beings from nothingness, by embellishing them, by making them grow, by developing the divine life in them, and by performing in them wonders never seen before. Therefore, because of all the things I have manifested to you about my will, you can understand what I want to do with you and how much I love you, and how your life is to be a chain of continual acts performed in my will. If, like angels, creatures had never departed from the first act, in which my will has brought them into the light, what order and wonders would not have been seen on earth? Therefore, my daughter, never leave the original state in which I created you. And may your first act always be my will. After that, I placed myself in thought with Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. And I prayed to him to let me penetrate into this love with which he loves me so much. Moving again deep within me, he said to me, "My daughter, enter into my love and do not come out of it. Stay there to fully understand how much I loved the creatures. Everything in me is love for them. When the Godhead created them, she intended to love them always. Inside and outside of them, the divinity proposed to accompany them with an incessant and ever new act of love. Thus, I can say that every thought, look, word, breath, heartbeat, etc. of creatures is accompanied by an act of eternal love. If the divinity proposed to love creatures always and in all things, it is because she hoped to receive in everything an incessant and always new return of love. But this was not the case. Not only did the creatures not want to adjust to this rhythm of love desired by the Creator, but they rejected this love and offended Him. As a result of this setback, the Godhead did not stop, but she continued to lavish on the creature her incessant and ever new love. And as the creatures did not receive this love, heaven and earth were filled with it, waiting for someone to grab it and give a return for all this love. When God decides something, nothing stops Him. He remains steadfast in His immutability. That is why, in another excess of love, I, the Word of the Father, I have come to earth. I have clothed human nature in it. I collected in myself all this love that filled heaven and earth, with the aim of giving the divinity a return for all this love. I formed love for every thought, every look, every word, every heartbeat, every movement, and every step of every creature. Thus, even in its tiniest fibers, my humanity was kneaded by the hands of the eternal love of my Heavenly Father, so as to that she has the capacity to carry within her all this love flooding heaven and earth, and that it can thus give the divinity a return of love from all creatures, and that I can constitute love for each act of creatures. This is how chacune de tes pensées est entourée de mes incessants actes d'amour. Ilny rien en toi et en dehors de toi qui ne soit entour de mes actes répétés d'amour. That is why, in the Garden of Gethsemane, my humanity groaned, suffocated and felt crushed under the weight of so much love. Because I loved and I was not loved. These sorrows of love are the most bitter, the most cruel. These are merciless sorrows, more painful than my passion itself. Oh! If souls loved me, the weight of so much love would become light. For when love receives a return of love, it is quenched by the love of loved ones. But when he does not receive return, he becomes delusional. And he feels like he is being paid back by an act of death. See then all the bitterness and pain that the passion of my love has given me. Because in my physical passion, they gave me only one death, while in my passion of love, I had to suffer so many deaths. That the number of acts of love that have come out of me and for which there has been no reciprocity. Therefore, you, my daughter, come and return this love to me. In my will, you will find as in one act all this love. Do it yours and, with me, constitute love for every act of creatures. In order to give me the correspondence of love for each one, I continue in my state of deprivation of Jesus with the great bitterness that accompanies it. If he sometimes lets himself be glimpsed in my interior, he shows himself to be all pensive and taciturn. However, despite his silence, I am happy thinking that he has not abandoned me and that he continues to dwell within me. When my poor soul is about to succumb, seeing it revives me a little, like a beneficial dew. But why? So that I will go back to my dryness and feel like I'm dying again. Thus, I am always between life and death. At a time when I was thus immersed in the immense sea of my sufferings of having lost it, my sweet Jesus moved within me. As he showed himself to be in a state of prayer, I joined him in praying. Then he said to me, "My daughter, when I created man, I placed around him, for the preservation of his life, air for his body and air for his soul. The natural air for the body and the air of my will for his soul. As you know, natural air has the virtue of allowing man to breathe and promote vegetation and freshness throughout nature. Thus, even if we do not see it, air presides over the life of every created being. Everyone needs him. It acts everywhere day and night. It promotes heartbeat, blood circulation, everything. But do you know where he derives such a virtue from? It was God who gave him all these prerogatives. As nature needs natural air for its preservation, the soul also needs air. For the soul, it is my will itself that constitutes its air. My kindness did not want any other air for her. In such a way that all the substance and goods of my will may be penetrated deeply and bring him divine food, celestial vegetation, and all celestial goods. There must have been emulation between body and soul. The first by breathing natural air and the other by breathing the air of my will. But there is something to cry about. If the creatures feel the lack of natural air, they do everything to get it. If necessary, they climb high mountains. As for the air of my will, the creatures do not grant him a thought and feel no regret for being deprived of it, although they are obliged to be immersed in the air of my will. As they do not love this fragrant and sanctifying air, it cannot put in them the goods it contains. And he is obliged to stay there, sacrificed, without being able to develop the life that my will entails. Therefore, my daughter, if you want my will to fulfill its purposes in you, I recommend that you always breathe the air of my will. In such a way, may the divine life develop in you and that you achieve the true goal for which you were created. I was thinking about the immutability of God and the mutability of creatures. What a difference! My ever-kind Jesus showed himself in me and said to me, "My daughter, look, there is no point where my being is not. That is why I do not need to move, neither to the right, nor to the left, nor to the back. Since there is no point where I am not present. My stability is universal and perfect, it is my eternal immutability. I still like what I like today. I am immutable in what I love and in what I want. Once something is loved or desired by me, it never changes. For there to be change, I would have to restrain my vastness, which I cannot and will not do. My immutability is the most beautiful halo crowning my head. This halo stretches under my feet and pays eternal homage to my unchanging holiness. Tell me, is there a single place where you can't find me?" As he spoke, his divine immutability became present in my mind. But who can say what I understood? I am afraid to say nonsense and, therefore, I keep quiet. Later, telling me about the mutability of creatures, he said to me, "Poor creatures! How limited their small place is! As small as it is, this place is neither stable nor fixed. Today, the creature is in one place, the next day in another. One day she loves someone, something or a place and the next day, things changed. She may even despise the person or thing she loved the day before. And do you know what makes the poor creature so unstable? It is his human will. It makes her fickle in love, in her desires, in the good she does. His human will is like an impetuous wind, which moves it to each of its gusts. Like a dry reed, it is jostled sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left. In creating man, I wanted him to live in my will, so that, delivering him from the impetuous wind of human will, my will makes him firm in the property, stable in love, holy in his actions. I wanted him to live in the immense territory of my immutability. But man did not want it that way. He wanted his little place and made himself the toy of himself, others, and of his own passions. That is why I pray and beg the creature to return to my will from where it came, so that it is no longer fickle, but stable and firm. I haven't changed. I wait for her, I long for her. I always want it in my will. I felt very anxious. While praying, I cried over my sad condition of being deprived of the one who is my whole life. My condition is irremediable, no one has mercy on me, everything is justice. Who will have mercy on me if he who is the source of pity turns his back on me? As I cried and prayed like this, I felt my hands between Jesus' hands. Rising to me very high, he said to me, "Come and see a great spectacle never seen before on earth and in heaven. A soul continually dying of love for me. To these words of Jesus, the heavens opened, and the whole heavenly hierarchy looked at me. I also looked at myself and saw my poor withered and dying soul like a flower about to emerge from its stem. While I was dying, a secret force brought me back to life. Oh! Perhaps it is God's righteousness that is punishing me with good reason. My God, my Jesus, have mercy on me. Have mercy on a poor creature that is dying. My lot is the hardest that a mortal creature can suffer, die without dying. Afterwards, my sweet Jesus took me in his arms almost all night to give me strength and assist me in my agony. I believed that he would finally have mercy on me and bring me with him, but to no avail. After reinvigorating me a little, he left me saying, "My daughter, my will receives continual deaths from creatures. It is life and, as a life, it wants to give life and light. But creatures reject this light. And, because they do not receive it, this light dies for the creatures. And my will feels this death. My will wants to make known the qualities and virtues it contains. But creatures reject this knowledge. Thus, my will feels the death that creatures give to the virtues and qualities of my will. Likewise, if my will wants to give love and this love is not received, it feels the death given to love. If she wants to give holiness or graces, she feels the death that creatures give to holiness and the graces she wants to grant. Thus, a continual death is inflicted on my will for the benefits it wants to offer. Don't you feel the continual death that my will undergoes? Because you live in her, it is like natural. That you feel these dead end. That you live in a continual state of agony. Hearing this, I said to him, Jesus, my love, things do not seem like this to me. It is the deprivation of you that kills me, that takes my life without making me die. He replied, it's in part the deprivation of me and in part my will which, keeping you absorbed in her, makes you participate in her sorrows. My daughter, true life in my will implies that the creature who lives in her shares the sorrows inflicted on me by the creatures. I was reflecting on the Immaculate Conception of my Sovereign Queen and Mother. My mind was dazzled by the merits, beauties, and wonders with which the Immaculate Conception is filled. This wonder surpassing all other wonders performed by God in all creation. And I said to myself, the prodigy of the Immaculate Conception is extraordinarily great. But my Heavenly Mother has not suffered any trial in her conception. Everything was favorable to her as much on the part of God as on the part of nature, which was created by God so happy, so holy, and privileged. What heroism and test did she experience? If the angels in heaven and Adam in paradise have not escaped the test, would the Queen of all have been the only one to be exempted from this test and, consequently, deprived of the beautiful halo that the test would have placed on this august Queen and Mother of the Son of God? As I thought so, my kind Jesus made himself visible in me and said to me, my daughter, no one is acceptable to me without the test. If she had not gone through the test, I would have had a slave as a mother and not a free person. Our relationships, our works, and our love want free adherence. My mother had her first test from the first moment of her conception. From her first rational act, she knew both her human will and the divine will. And she had to freely choose the one she wanted to join. Without wasting a moment and knowing the full extent of the sacrifice she was making, she gave us her will without ever wanting to take it back. And we gave him the gift of ours. As a result of this exchange, we have flooded the Immaculate Conception, the most privileged of all creatures. Of our qualities, beauties, wonders and immense seas of grace. It is always the will that I test. Without the free will of the person, all sacrifices, even death, make me nauseous and do not even attract a look from me. And do you want to know what was the greatest prodigy we have performed in this holy creature? What was the greatest heroism of this creature so beautiful that no one will ever be able to match it? She began her life in our will and she continued and completed it in her. We can say that it has completed it from the point where it began it, and that it began from the point where it completed it. And our greatest prodigy was that to each of his thoughts, words, breaths, and with each of her heartbeats, movements, and not, our will poured into her. She thus offered us heroism. Thoughts, words, breaths, heartbeats, and divine and eternal movements. It raised it so high that what we are by nature, it was by grace. All his other prerogatives, including his Immaculate Conception, are nothing compared to this great prodigy. This is what made her stable and strong throughout her life. My will continually pouring into her made her a participant in the divine nature. And its continual reception of it made her strong in love and suffering, different from all. It is our will acting in it, who drew the eternal word to the earth and who made it divinely fruitful, in such a way that a man-God can be conceived in her, without any other human participation. She was made worthy to be the mother of her own Creator. That is why I always insist on my will, because it keeps the soul as beautiful as when it came out of our hands and makes it grow as an original copy of its Creator. Whatever work and sacrifices one makes, if my will has no part in it, I refuse them, I do not recognize them. It is not food for me. The most beautiful works without my will are food for the human will, for self-esteem and for the greed of the creature. My days are always more and more suffering. I am in the bitter state of deprivation of my sweet Jesus. It is like a deadly weapon hanging over me and ready to kill me at any moment. When she is about to give me the coup de grace, which would be a relief to me and allow me to go to my Jesus, it remains hanging above my head. And it is in vain that I wait for the final blow. I feel my poor soul and my poor nature disintegrating. Ah! My great sins prevent me from deserving death. What suffering! What a long agony! Ah! My Jesus, have mercy on me. You who are the only one who knows my painful state. Don't abandon me, don't leave me alone. While I was experiencing these feelings, I found myself out of my body and in a very pure light, where I could see the Mother Queen with the little baby Jesus in her virginal womb. Oh my God, what a sad state my kind little baby Jesus was in. His little humanity was immobilized. His little hands and feet motionless, with no possibility of moving. He had no space to open his eyes or breathe comfortably. His stillness was such that, although alive, he seemed dead. I thought to myself, how my Jesus must suffer in this state, and just as much his mother seeing baby Jesus so stuck in her womb. As I entertained these thoughts, the child Jesus said to me, sobbing, "My daughter, the pains I suffered in my mother's virginal womb are immeasurable to the human spirit. Do you know what was the first suffering that I experienced from the first moment of my conception and that I then endured all my life? The suffering of death. My divinity had descended from heaven perfectly happy, without any suffering or death being able to reach him. When I saw my little humanity subject to suffering and death, out of love for creatures, I felt the suffering of death so intensely that I would have died from it right now, if my divine force had not miraculously sustained me, letting me experience this suffering while continuing to live. Thus, it was always death for me I felt. Death from sin. The death of good in creatures, and even their natural death. What cruel torment I have lived in this way all my life. I who contained life, who was even the absolute Lord, I was going to submit to the penalty of death. Don't you see my little humanity motionless and dying in the womb of my dear mother? Don't you feel for yourself how terrible it is to live the sufferings of death without dying? My daughter, it is your life in my will that makes you take part in the continual death of my humanity. I spent most of the morning with Jesus in my mother's womb. I saw him, while he was dying, regain life and then surrender again to death. How painful it was for me to see the child Jesus in this state. In the night that followed, I reflected on the act by which the sweet little baby left the mother's womb to be born among us. And my poor spirit was lost in this mystery so deep and so filled with love when, moving in me, my sweet Jesus stretched out his little hands to kiss me. He said to me, "My daughter, the act of my birth was the most solemn of all creation." Heaven and earth prostrated themselves in deep worship at the sight of my little humanity in which my divinity was as if walled. There was an act of silence, deep adoration, and prayer. All ecstatic, my mother prayed before this great prodigy who came out of her. Saint Joseph and the angels also prayed. All creation felt the greatness of my creative power. Lovingly renewed in front of her. She felt very honored. Because the one who had created it needed it for the maintenance of his humanity. The sun felt honored to have to give its light and warmth to its creator. His true Lord. He celebrated in my honor. The earth felt honored to see me lying in a manger. All tender in front of my frail limbs, she manifested her joy with astonishing signs. All of creation felt honored to see its true King and Lord descend into its bosom. Each thing created made its contribution. The water wanted to quench my thirst. The birds cheered me up with their chirping. The wind caressed me. The air cuddled me. All the things created offered me their innocent tribute. Only the ungrateful man was reluctant. Although he felt something unusual, a joy, a powerful force. Even though I called him with my tears and moans. He did not move, except for a few shepherds. Yet it was for him that I came to earth. Give me to save him and bring him back to his heavenly homeland. I was on the lookout to see if he would come to receive the great gift of my divine and human life. My incarnation was nothing but to put myself at the mercy of creatures. I put myself at the mercy of my dear mother and of Saint Joseph to whom I gave my life. And as my works are eternal, the divinity, the word descended from heaven, never left the earth. In order to be able to give oneself constantly to all creatures. Throughout my life, I have given myself generously. And, a few hours before I died, I instituted the great wonder of the Eucharist. So that all who wish to do so may have the opportunity to receive the great gift of my life. I didn't worry. Offenses that would be made to me or those who would refuse to receive me. I thought. I gave myself, I will never recover. Let them do what they want, I will always be at their disposal. My daughter. This is the nature of true love. Constancy and willingness never to back down, whatever the sacrifice requests. Constancy in my works is my victory and my greatest glory. In the creature, constancy is the sign that it acts for God. The soul does not let itself be stopped by anything, does not worry. Neither of itself nor of its reputation. Nor of his relatives, even if it were to cost him his life. She looks only at God for whose sake she set out. She feels victorious as she sacrifices her life out of love for God. Inconstancy results from human nature, from the way it acts, from its passions. It is not the lot of true love. Constancy must characterize the one who acts for me. By my constancy, I never change in my works. Once something is done, it is done forever. My day was coming to an end and I was wondering if I still had anything to do. Inside me, I heard a voice that said to me, "You still have to do the most important thing, merge into the divine will." In my usual way, I began to do it. Then it seemed to me that heaven opened and the whole heavenly court came to me. My sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, merging you into my will is the act. The most solemn, the greatest, and most important of your whole life. To merge into my will is to enter into eternity. Kiss him and receive his goods." When a soul merges into the supreme will, all come to deposit what they have. Angels, saints and the divinity itself come to deposit everything in this soul. Knowing that they do so in the divine will where everything is safe. By receiving these goods, to which she attaches her own deeds, the soul multiplies them in the divine will and gives to all heaven double glory and honor. Thus, by merging into my will, you put heaven and earth in effervescence and it is a new feast for all. And as to merge into my will is to love and give in the name of all. So as not to be overtaken in love by the creature. I deposit in it the goods of all as well as my own property. There is no lack of space to deposit so many goods there, since my will is immense and capable of receiving everything. If you knew what happens when you merge into my will, you would burn with the desire to do it continuously. Afterwards, I wondered if I should put the above on paper. For I did not see this as a necessary or important thing. Especially since I had not received any indication about it. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how would it not be important to make it known that to merge into my will is to live in it? The soul that merges in my will receives as in deposit all my divine and eternal goods. Saints compete with each other to deposit their merits in the soul merged into my will. Because they feel the glory and power of my will, and they find themselves glorified in a divine way by the smallness of the creature. Listen well, my daughter, living in my will surpasses martyrdom itself in merit. Martyrdom kills the body. But to live in my will, it is like letting one's will be killed by a divine hand, which gives the soul the nobility of a divine martyrdom. Whenever the soul decides to live in my will is preparing to give the blow to kill the human will, to carry out the noble martyrdom of this soul. In fact, the human will and the divine will do not weld together. One must give way to the other. The human will must fade before the divine will. Thus, whenever you decide to live in my will, you are prepared to suffer martyrdom of your own will. Do you see what it means to merge into my will? It is to be continually martyred of my supreme will. Is this trivial and unimportant? My life continues in the bitterness of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. I don't know how I manage to live. I feel crushed, in a terrible nightmare. My nature, deprived of its sole support, would like to dissolve. Sometimes I feel my bones break up, sometimes my stomach get blocked, not wanting to receive water or food. Without my Jesus, my poor nature would have to wither and disintegrate. When it is about to dissolve, a powerful hand grabs me, replaces my dislocated bones, unblocks my stomach and prevents my complete collapse. O Lord, what suffering! Have mercy on my sad fate. O God, please bring back the one who is the only support of my life, or let my poor nature pay you the price of death, so that I can find myself in the womb of my Jesus, where we will never be separated again. While I was in this state as a result of such great torments, my sweet Jesus made himself visible in my interior. He sat there alone, thoughtful and taciturn, his hands on his forehead. Although he was inside of me, there was so much space in me that we were far apart. In short, we were both alone, each on our own. So, I wanted at all costs to approach him to say a few words and keep him company in his solitude. But, I don't know how, the space was transformed. It seemed to me that it was the world and that Jesus was at its center. Jesus seemed to me to be worried about the fate of the world that was rushing towards its ruin. He took a piece of this space and laid it on top of me. I felt crushed under this weight. But I was happy that my Jesus, my life, was close to me. Seeing him near me, I would have liked to cry to soften him on my terrible torment and talk to him at length. But I could only say to him, Jesus, never leave me again. Don't you see that, without you, I can no longer bear this exile? All goodness, he said to me, I don't leave you, no, no. This is a false accusation you make against your Jesus. I never leave anyone. Creatures move away from me, not me from them. Rather, I run after them incessantly. So never again do the affront of telling myself that I could leave you. Besides, you saw it well, I was inside you, not outside. And not only me, but the whole world. Afterwards, looking at Jesus, I could see his intelligence more intense than the sun and all his thoughts like so many rays emanating from this sun. These rays were amplified and covered the thoughts of all creatures past, present and future, trying to seize all created intelligences. For, on their behalf, give the Father glory and complete reparation for all things, and also to obtain all the goods for the intelligences created. Then, pulling me towards him, he said to me, "My daughter, the sun you see in the intelligence of my humanity was formed by my divinity who endowed my humanity a creative power and knowledge of all things. So much so that I could be the new sun of souls. The sun that I have created for the good of nature invades the whole earth with its light, without depriving anyone of its benefits. He does this without leaving heaven. My divinity in my humanity behaved in the same way. Without leaving me, she formed from her inaccessible light rays covering everyone and everything. At every moment, I covered every thought, every word, and every deed of all creatures, of all human generations, in whose name I gave continual glory to my Father. While rising to the Father, my light descended to take in its power all human acts in order to illuminate, warm and repair them. Thus, all human acts are continually covered with light for their own good. For me, doing this was like natural. You, my daughter, do not have this power to convert all human acts into one act. However, in my will, you will go through my rays one by one. And, little by little, you will follow the same paths as my humanity. So, I tried to go through the first ray, then the second, etc. But, O power of the divine will, as I walked through these rays, I was so small that it seemed to me that I was an atom. And this atom was sometimes in the divine intelligence and roamed the intelligences of creatures. Sometimes it was in the divine words. Sometimes in divine movements, going through the words and movements of creatures, and so on. Seeing my extreme smallness in his intelligence, his words, and his movements, the divinity was transported with love for my smallness. And she said to me, "This smallness delights us. Seeing it enter into our own actions for the purpose of to accomplish them at the same time as us and to broadcast them on all. We experience such joy and glory that, overflowing with love, we give him the freedom to enter into us and act with us." At these words, I became all confused and I said to myself, "I don't do anything. It is the divine will that carries me in his arms. Therefore, all the glory goes to his adorable will." As I merged into the divine will, I thought to myself, before, when I merged into the holy and supreme will, Jesus was with me. And it was with him that I entered into her. Thus, entering into the divine will was a reality. Now I don't see it and I don't know whether or not I enter the eternal will. Rather, I feel that it is a lesson learned by heart or a way of speaking. As I thought so, my kind Jesus moved in me, taking one of my hands, he rose high in the air and said to me, "My daughter, you must know that even if you do not see me, every time you merge into my will, me, in your interior, I lift you high with one hand, and from heaven I extend my other hand to you to take your other hand. Afin de te lever dans notre sein, dans notre volant infini. Ainsi, tu es entre mes mains, dans mes bras. Tu dois savoir que tous les actes accomplis dans notre volant entrant dans l'acte premier par l'équal nous avons effectué toute la création. Ces actes des creatures embrassent les nôtres, car la volonté qui leur donne vie est un. Etse diffusent dans toutes les choses créées comme elle fait notre propre volonté. Ainsi, ces actes sont pour nous des retours d'amour, des expressions d'adoration et nous procurent un gloire continuelle pour tout ce que nous avons effectué dans la création. Uniquement ce qui est accompli dans notre volonté nous donne un retour d'amour continuel. Une adoration à la manière divine et un gloire sans fin. Notre amour envers toutes les choses que nous avons créées est si grand que nous en avons pas permis quittent notre volonté. Dès que nous les avons créées, nous les avons gardées avec nous. Notre volonté est fait elle-même la preservatrice et la pourvoyeuse de toute la création. Voilà pourquoi les choses sont toujours nouvelles, fraîches et belles. Ayant cres par phase par nous. Els en augmentant une diminuant pas et. They are not subject to any alteration. They are faithful to their origin. Because they allow themselves to be maintained and preserved by our will. They stay close to us to sing our glory. The action of the creature in our will is as if it were our own. And our will becomes the provider and the preserver. The acts that the creature does in our will are placed around us, transfuse into all created things and perpetually sing our glory. How big is the difference between our action and that of the creature? And just as much the love with which we operate. We carry out our works with so much love that we do not allow these works to leave us, so that they do not lose any of their original beauty. On the other hand, when the creature acts, it is unable to keep with it what it does. Often, she doesn't know what happened to it. Maybe it got dirty or we made a rag out of it, a sign of her lack of love for what she does. And as it has betrayed its origins, that is, the divine will from which it comes, she has lost her true love to God, towards itself and towards what it does. I wanted man to be in my will, of its own free will, not by constraint, because I love it more than all the other things I've created. I wanted him to be like a king in the midst of my works. But the ungrateful man preferred to deny his origins. Thus, it has been transformed. It has lost its freshness and beauty. And it is subject to continual changes and alterations. And even if I beg him to return to his origins, he turns a deaf ear, pretending not to hear me. But my love is so great that I am still waiting for it and continue to call it. This morning, my sweet Jesus made himself visible. He was in such a state of suffering that my poor soul felt consumed with compassion. All its members were dislocated. His wounds were so deep and painful that he groaned and contorted himself. He placed himself near me as if he wanted me to participate in his sufferings. Just looking at him, I felt that his pain was reflected in me. All goodness, he said to me. My daughter. I can't take it any more. Touch my sore wounds to soften them, cover them with your kisses of love. That your love may lessen my convulsions. This painful state is the true image of how my will feels in the midst of creatures. My will is present in them. But it is as if divided. Because creatures do their own will and not mine. My will is as if dislocated and wounded by creatures. Therefore, unite your will with mine and relieve this dislocation. I hugged him and kissed the wounds of his hands. Oh! As his hands were damaged by so much work of creatures, even holy ones, not having their origin in the will of God. To lessen his suffering, I shook his hands in mine. Jesus let me do what I wanted. He really wanted me to do that. So I continued with his other wounds, so much so that he stayed with me most of the morning. Before leaving me, he said to me, "My daughter, you relieved me. I feel my bones replaced. But do you know who can relieve me and replace my dislocated bones? The one who lets my will reign in him. When the soul sets aside its will, allowing it no act of life, my will reigns, commands and governs supreme. She feels at home, as I feel in my heavenly homeland. Feeling in my home, I act as the master. I have everything at my leisure. I put what I want into it. It gives me the greatest honor and glory a creature can give me. On the other hand, if the soul does its own will, it is she who acts as master, who disposes of everything. My will is there like a poor stranger neglected and sometimes despised. I would like to put my things there, but I can't because the human will doesn't want to leave me any room. Even in holy things, she wants to hold the top of the pavement. How uncomfortable I feel in the soul doing its own will. It's like for a father who is going to visit one of his distant children, or as a friend who goes to visit another friend. He knocks and, although the door is open to him, he is received coldly. He is left waiting at the entrance. No meals are prepared for him. No bed is offered to him to rest. He is refused to share his joys and sorrows. What an affront! What a pain for this father or friend! If he has brought treasures to give, he leaves nothing and returns with a broken heart. It could also be the opposite. As soon as the person arrives, we celebrate, we prepare the best of meals, the sweetest of beds, and we make the visitor the lord of the whole house and of ourselves. Is this not the greatest honor, love, respect, and submission that can be offered to a father or friend? And how many beautiful and good things will the visitor not leave to the one who receives it in this way, to thank him for his great generosity? So it is for my will. It comes from heaven to reside in souls. But instead of letting me be the master, I am treated as a stranger and a destitute. But my will is not going away. Although I am treated as a stranger, I stand there, waiting, to give souls my possessions, graces and holiness. I was completely abandoned in the most holy will of God and, in this total and complete abandonment, I felt within myself a new sky. A divine atmosphere infused me with a new life. Moving in me, my ever-kind Jesus seemed to stretch out his arms to receive me and hide in him. Place me under this new heaven of his will formed in me by his grace. With great satisfaction, I breathed the fragrant and sweet air of his most holy will. All dazzled, I said to him, "My love, my Jesus, how beautiful is the heaven of your will! How good it is to be under him! Oh! How refreshing and salutary its celestial atmosphere is!" Pressing me more against him, he said to me, "Daughter of my will, every act done in my will is a new heaven that extends above the soul, each new sky more beautiful than the others. The air of these heavens is divine and carries holiness, love, light, strength. He has all the tastes together. That's why you can smell a fragrant and sweet air. In heaven, my will strengthens, embellishes, rejoices, penetrates everything. It transforms everything and divinizes everything. On earth, in the soul that possesses the new heavens of my will acts and feels much joy in creating new heavens. It acts more in pilgrim souls than in the souls of the heavenly Jerusalem. Up there, the works of the saints are finished. There is nothing more for them to accomplish. While, on earth, my will always has something to do in the souls where it reigns. It holds a lot to accomplish everything in these souls and that no act is performed by human will. For every act left to the human will, it is deprived of creating a new sky. She has less to do. Ah! If you knew what happens to the soul that acts in my will and leaves full freedom to my will to work in it. Imagine the sea when its waves rise so high and with so much power that they project into the air. Not only waters, but also the fish that inhabit its depths. The waves take hold of these fish that cannot resist this power. Without these waves, they are unable to leave their refuge. Oh! If the sea had unlimited strength, it would bring all its waters out of their beds, and in gigantic waves it would carry all the fish. However, what the sea cannot accomplish because its strength is limited, my will can do. By making the deeds of the soul its own, it forms in it its eternal waves from which nothing escapes. These waves contain the acts of my humanity, those of my heavenly mother, those of the saints, and all that the divinity herself did. Everything is in action. My will is more than the sea. My works and those of the saints can be compared. Fish that live in the sea. When my will acts in the soul and outside of it, everything in my will moves and rises. All the works of the soul put themselves in order and sing for us glory, love and adoration. These works parade before us saying, "We are your works. You are great and powerful since you have made us so beautiful." My will includes all that is beautiful and good. When she acts in a soul, she ensures that nothing that comes from us is missing, so that our glory is complete. The action of my will can be called the eternal wave, which contains heaven and earth as in one point. It spreads over everything as the bearer of a divine act. Oh! How heaven rejoices when it sees the eternal will working in a soul. In fact, Since the works of the blessed in heaven are confirmed in the divine will, these blesseds see their works blend into the divine act and feel their glory, happiness, and joy redoubled. So, since you are the little girl of my supreme will, I commend you to lay in its eternal waves each of your deeds, in such a way that, when these waves arrive at the foot of our throne in heaven, we may confirm you more and more as the true daughter of our will and grant you to be a bearer of graces for your brothers, our children. I was thinking of the holy divine will and praying to my kind Jesus that, in his goodness, he would give me the grace to fulfill his most holy will in all things. I said to him, you who love me and who want your will to be done, that it will assist me and inspire me at every moment so that nothing but your will find life in me. As I prayed, my sweet Jesus moved within me and, clutching me tightly, he said to me, my daughter, how the prayers of those who always seek my will touch my heart. I hear in them the echo of the prayers I made when I was on earth. All my prayers came back to one. May my Father's will be fulfilled, both in me and in all creatures. It was the greatest honor for me and for my Heavenly Father that I do His most holy will in all things. By continually fulfilling the will of Jehovah in all things, my humanity found the ways of communication between the human will and the divine will, ways that the creatures had closed. You must know that, in creating man, the divinity has established different channels of communication between the Creator and creatures. First, the three powers of the soul: intelligence to understand my will, the memory to remember my will without ceasing, the will, situated between the two previous paths, allowing the creature to take flight in the will of its creator. Intelligence and memory were the supports, defense and strength of the will, so that it does not deviate to the right or to the left. Other channels of communication also included the eye, allowing to look at the beauties and riches of my will, hearing to hear the calls and harmonies of my will, the word to receive the continual spills of my fiat and all its belongings, the hands to carry out his works in my will by unifying them with those of the Creator, the feet to follow in the footsteps of my will, the heart, desires, and affections, to be filled with the love of my will and to rest in it. See then how many paths there are in the creature, which allow her to enter into my will, if she so wishes. All ways between God and man were open, and, by virtue of our will, our blessings were acquired to him. All this, simply because man was our son and our image, a work from our hands and the fiery breath of our breast. But, ungrateful, the human will did not want to enjoy the rights we had granted it over our property. Not wanting to do our will, man chooses to do his own. And in doing so, he erected barriers and fences blocking all those paths we had mapped out for him. Having cut himself off from our will, man has locked himself within the miserable circle of his will, in the exile of his passions and weaknesses, under a dark sky full of storms and thunder. Poor child, overwhelmed with so many evils willed by him. Every act performed by the human will is a barrier erected in front of mine, a fence preventing the union of our wills. Thus, the movement of goods between heaven and earth is interrupted. Full of compassion and boundless love for man, my humanity has not ceased to fulfill in all things the will of my Father, thus keeping open the channels of communication between him and us. She never ceased to intercede, so that the barriers may be removed and the fences that the human will had erected demolished. Thus were restored the channels of communication for anyone who wants to come in my will, as well as the rights we had given to man when we created him. These communication channels are necessary to facilitate travel, so that man may frequently make small visits to his heavenly homeland. And seeing how beautiful this homeland is and how happy are those who live there, it comes to love him very much and to yearn to take possession of it. This also leads him to live detached from earthly exile. These ways were necessary to bring man to rise frequently to his true homeland in order to know and love it. A sign that the soul is in these ways and that it loves its heavenly homeland. It is that, placing herself on the paths of our will, she makes her small visits. It's also a sign for you. Do you not remember the many times you took the way to heaven and entered the heavenly regions, and then, once you had completed your brief visit, you returned to your exile as my will invited you to do? Oh! How ugly and unbearable the exile seemed to you because of your love for the heavenly fatherland. This love of the heavenly homeland and the bitterness of living in exile were good signs that the heavenly homeland is yours. It's like with the things of this world. If someone owns a large property, they make a way to visit it frequently, enjoy it and take the property on it. Because of his visits, he loves her and carries her in his heart. On the other hand, if he has not made a way, he never visits his property because, without an access road, it is almost inaccessible. He never talks about it. This is a sign that he does not love her and that he despises his own possessions. And even though he might be rich, because of his ill will, he is a poor man who lives in the deepest misery. That is why, in creating man, my wisdom wanted to form paths between he and I, in order to facilitate it. Access to holiness. The communication of our property and his entry into the heavenly homeland. I felt very embittered because of the loss of my sweet Jesus. Oh! How nostalgic I was for the time when his kind presence made me so happy. Even in the midst of the harshest suffering. My poor bed was then a paradise for me. With my kind Jesus and under his guidance, I felt like a queen. Through my continual contact with him, I felt like the governess of her most divine heart. Oh! How my happiness went away! Every time I look for it and don't find it, depression takes hold of me, a portion of my life is taken away from me. For Jesus is all my life, and I feel more keenly the bitterness of my exile. Oh! As it is true that it is not suffering that makes a person unhappy, but not finding the good they are looking for. While I told him, "Have mercy on me, do not abandon me, come, give life to my poor submerged soul. By the bitter waters of the deprivation of you, I felt my beloved good, my sweet life, moving within me." Encircling my neck with his arms, he said to me, "My daughter, my daughter." He had arisen from a source of light. When he stretched out his arms, the light spread behind him. This light was not total, however, one could see as emptiness in it. It wasn't darkness. But it was as if there weren't enough rays to fill the void and make the light brighter and more intense. At the sight of Jesus, I felt myself moving from death to life. His words, my daughter, instantly made my sadness disappear. For being with Jesus and feeling unhappy is impossible. You can be with Jesus, suffering the most atrocious penalties, but never by being unhappy. It seems that if depression exists in the soul, it disappears in the presence of Jesus and it gives way to the happiness that he brings with him. Taking up the floor, he said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not fear. There is no darkness in you. Only sin is darkness and all that is good is light. Don't you see that I came out of the light that was within you? Do you know what this light is made of? It is formed by the inner acts you have done. Every new act you do is a new filament of your will that you plug into the current of eternal light. And this filament changes into light. Thus, the more acts you do, and therefore filaments, the more the light becomes full, strong and bright. The light you see is what you did. The emptiness in this light is what you have to do. I will always be in the midst of this light. Not only to enjoy it, but to connect the filaments of your human will to the current of eternal light. For I am origin, the basis and the current of the light. And do you know what true light is? It is the truth known, embraced, loved, and put into practice by the soul. This truth transforms the soul into light and causes in it and outside it new and continual births of light. This truth forms the true life of God in the soul. Because God is truth, the soul is linked to the truth and, even more, it possesses it. God is light and the soul is connected to the light. It is nourished by light and truth. However, while I nourish the soul with truth and light, it must keep the current of its will open so as to receive the divine current. Otherwise, it can happen what happens with the electric current which, although it has in itself what it takes to produce light, it does not. Because it takes preparation to receive this light. Moreover, the light does not reach everyone equally. But it does so according to the number of light bulbs available. The one who has only one bulb receives light only for one bulb. Whoever has 10 receives for 10. If the bulbs have more filaments, they give more light. If they have less, even if they have the space to have more, they give less light. And even though current has the ability to produce a lot of light, it produces little. Because the ability to receive current is insufficient in light bulbs. It is therefore necessary the available celestial current and a human current capable of receiving it. Through your work, you will add more filaments to make more complete the light that I want to place in you. I thought to myself, how I wish I could walk all the paths of the eternal will in order to retrace all the acts she has performed for the good of the whole human family, and place in each of these acts an act of my will to thank her with my love and gratitude. And that, on my own behalf and in the name of all my brothers. But how can I do this, as someone who is so small and insignificant? While I thus desired to join the acts of the Supreme Will, to fuck them or at least place on each one an I love you, I felt my sweet Jesus move within me and a light illuminate my mind. Jesus said to me, my daughter, do you want to trace all the acts that my will has done for the good of the creatures? Come with me in my humanity, as I desire so much. You must know that my humanity has traveled all the paths of the eternal will. To each of the acts she has performed for the good of all human generations, I added one of my own. It was indeed eminently fitting that I should do so in honor of my Heavenly Father. All these acts done by my humanity, I placed them in deposit in the divine will, that they may constantly give my divine Father this legitimate honor, that the creatures do not give him back, and to bring the eternal will to make peace with the human will. In humans, the will is the deposit of all one's thoughts and actions, good or bad. It is the deposit of everything, nothing escapes it. My humanity, on the other hand, has two wills, one human and one divine. I have deposited everything that my humanity has accomplished in the divine. Not only to join in all the acts carried out by the Supreme Will and to give thanks to it, but also to perform in it more new acts of divine will. Thus, with the full participation of my humanity, I could form a new creation that could always remain new and beautiful, without any possibility of increase or decrease. With regard to the vault of the heavens, the sun, the stars, and how many other things created by the divinity for the good of the whole human family, all this has been deposited in our Supreme Will in order to be preserved there as created by us. Likewise, all the activity of my humanity was entrusted to the divine will so that everything it was going to accomplish would always be in the act of giving itself to creatures. The work of my humanity is more than the blue sky, the sun, and the stars. It is like the sun above your horizon that never refuses its light to anyone. If the human eye does not perceive the immensity of sunlight, it is because the circumference of its eye is small. The eye captures light according to its visual capacity, even if the sun is in the disposition to give the maximum to all. This is the case for the new creation produced by the acts of my humanity. Everything was done in the divine will and everything was deposited in her to redeem and restore the creatures. It is in the act of giving oneself to all. And, more than the sun, the stars, and the sky, it extends above the head of all, so that everyone can enjoy the great benefits it offers. There is a big difference between the sun shining in the azure sky and the one who is in the sky of my humanity. As for the first, the eye may try to receive more light, but its circumference is not amplified and always remains the same. In return, the more the eye of the soul seeks to cooperate, to know, to see, and to love all that my humanity has achieved, the more it grows, the more it receives and can hope to receive more. In short, the soul holds the power to be richer or poorer, more filled with light and heat or stay cold and in the dark. If you want to retrace the paths of the eternal will, enter through the door of my humanity. There you will find my divinity. And the divine will make you present, in a state of action. All that I have done, I do, or I will do. As much in creation and redemption as in sanctification. And you will have satisfaction. To be able to embrace these acts and to put in them your little acts of love, adoration, and gratitude. You will find them all in the act of giving themselves to you. You will love them and take gifts from your Heavenly Father. He cannot bestow upon you greater gifts than these, the gifts, the fruits, and the effects of His will. However, you will only be able to take them to the extent that where you will cooperate and leave your will dissolved in mine. Then, for a brief moment, I felt everything in Jesus. It seemed to me to find in Him the complete operation of the divine will for the good of the creatures. I tried to follow one by one the acts of the supreme will. While I was doing it, everything is gone. Then a vehement desire to find my sweet Jesus took hold of me. After much torment, I felt it behind my shoulder. He stretched out His arms to me and took my hands in His. With force, I pulled Him forward of me, and with all the bitterness of my soul, I said to Him, "Jesus, you don't love me anymore." But He, without giving me time to continue, He said to me, "What, my daughter? You tell me that I don't love you anymore." These words can be said to creatures, but not to your Jesus, the one who can never fail in love. As He spoke, He intensely scrutinized my interior. As if He wanted to find something there that interested Him a lot. He looked for a long time, and finally I felt another Jesus coming into my interior. A Jesus completely like the one outside of me. I was surprised to see my Jesus inside and outside of me. "All goodness," He said to me. "Tell me, my daughter, who formed this new life in you? Isn't it love? Aren't it my chains of love that not only keep me inside of you, but keep me connected to you? And so that my life may always grow in you, I have placed in you my eternal will. As she is one with yours. We feed on the same heavenly food so that my life becomes one with yours. After all this, you tell me that I no longer love you?" I was confused, not knowing what to say. While I was merging completely into the divine will, I felt intensely the bitterness of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Although I am almost used to the suffering of His absence, it is always a new pain every time I am deprived of Him. It seems to me that every time I find myself without the life of my life, Jesus puts in me a higher degree of suffering, and I feel more keenly the pain of His estrangement. Oh! How true it is that in Jesus sufferings and joys are always new. This time, while I surrendered myself in His will, my kind Jesus brought out of my interior His hand full of light. In this hand, there was also mine, which was so identified with His that it was difficult to see that instead of one hand, there were two. Filled with compassion because of my extreme bitterness, He said to me, "My daughter, the light of my will merges us and forms of our two lives one life. This light does its work in you. Its heat empties and consumes everything that could prevent your life from identifying with mine. Why do you grieve so much? Don't you feel my life in you? This is not an abstraction, but a reality. How many times do you not feel my life operating in you? This happens sometimes in suffering, and sometimes I fill you so much with me that you lose your movement, your breathing, your mental faculties. Even your nature loses its life to make way for mine. And so that you can find your life, I am forced to make myself small in you, so that you regain the use of your movements and your senses. But I'm still here. Have you not noticed that every time you see me, it is from your interior that I come? Why, then, Do you fear that I will leave you, since you feel my life in you? I repeat. Ah! My Jesus, it is true that I feel in myself another life that operates, suffers, moves, breathes and expands to such an extent that I do not know how to explain what is happening to me. Often I think I am about to die, but when this life becomes smaller, retreating from my arms and head, I start living again. Often I don't see you, I feel you, but I don't see your kind person. So, I'm scared, I'm almost terrified by this life that I feel inside myself thinking. Who can be the one who has such dominance in me to the point that I feel like a rag under his power? Wouldn't he be an enemy? If I want to oppose what he wants to do in me, he is so strong and imposing that I cannot exercise any act of my will, and I immediately grant him victory. Jesus said, "My daughter, only my will holds this power to form her life in the creature." Of course, the soul must have given me time and time again certain proofs that it wants to live from my will and not from its own. For every act of the human will prevents the formation of my life. This is the greatest prodigy that my will can achieve, my life in the creature. The light of my will prepares the place for me. Its heat purifies and consumes everything that is not suitable for my life and provides me with the necessary elements to develop it. Therefore, let me work, that I may accomplish all that my will has decreed for you. After several days of bitterness and deprivation of my sweet Jesus, he carried me out of my body. Taking me in his arms, he placed me on his lap. Oh! How it made me happy after so much deprivation and bitterness. However, I felt shy, with no taste for wanting anything or saying anything. I didn't have my customary familiarity of the past when Jesus was with me. Jesus did many things to me. He held me tightly on himself to the point of hurting me. He put his hand on my mouth, almost preventing me from breathing. He kissed me. As for me, I did nothing to respond to his attentions. I felt no desire to do anything. My deprivation of him had paralyzed me and left me dead. I simply let him do what he wanted without showing opposition. Even if he had killed me, I wouldn't have said a single word. Desiring that I speak, he said to me, "My little girl, tell me at least if you want your Jesus to bind you completely." I replied, "Please do as you please." Grasping then a thread, he surrounded my head, passed it before my eyes, my ears, my mouth, my neck, in short, he bound my whole body to my feet. Then, with a penetrating look at me, he said to me, "How beautiful she is, my little girl, completely bound by me. Now, yes, I will love you more. Because the thread of my will has made you unable to do anything, except to allow my will to be the life of your whole person. It made you graceful to the point of being resplendent in my eyes. My will has the virtue of giving the soul such rare and remarkable beauty that nothing can match it. The soul is so charming that it catches my eye and that of all, inviting to look at it and love it." On these words, I found myself in my body, comforted and stronger, it is true, but filled with bitterness at the thought that he might not return for a long time and that I had not said a single word to him about my distressing condition. So I merged into his most holy will. And my kind Jesus came out of my interior, forming a cloud of light around me. Then he leaned his arms on this cloud and looked at the whole world. All creatures became present to his very pure gaze. And, oh! How many offenses of all classes of humanity hurt him! So many plots, hypocrisy and falsehoods. Machinations of revolutions with unpredictable consequences were brewing. All this attracted punishment to the point that many cities were destroyed. My sweet Jesus, leaning over this cloud of light, shook his head and was troubled to the depths of his heart. Turning to me, he said to me, "My daughter, see the state of the world. It is so bad that I can only look at it through this cloud. If I looked at it outside that cloud, I would largely destroy it. But do you know what this cloud of light is? It is my will operating in you as well as the acts you have performed in her. The more acts you perform in my will, the bigger this cloud of light becomes. which serves as my support and lets me look at man with this love through which my will created him. It charms my eyes full of love and making myself present all that I have achieved out of love for men. He gives birth in my heart to a will of compassion. I end up feeling sorry for this humanity that I love so much. In addition, this cloud of light is wonderfully useful to you. He brings light to your whole being. He encircles you and makes you the earth immaterial. He does not allow you any attraction, even innocent, to people and other things. And forming a sweet enchantment for your eyes. It allows you to see things according to the truth, as your Jesus perceives them. If he sees you weak, he surrounds you and gives you strength. If he sees you inactive, he enters into you and acts within you. And he is extremely jealous of his light. By acting as a sentinel, he makes sure that you do nothing without him and he does nothing without you. Why then, my daughter, do you grieve so much? Leave my will work in you and do not concede any act of life to your will that is not in me, if you want my great plans on you to be fulfilled. I write only out of obedience and with great repugnance. After a holy priest had read my writings, he told me that in some chapters Jesus exalted me too much, to the point of placing me near his heavenly mother, she who should be my model. Hearing this, I became confused and troubled. I remembered, which I have written only out of obedience and repugnance, and that I am assigned by Jesus to the mission of making known the divine will. I complained to my Jesus for asking me this, to me who is so bad. He who, alone, knows all my miseries. It humiliated me so much and plunged me into confusion that I lost my peace. I felt an abyss of distance between myself and the Heavenly Mother. While I was so troubled, my kind Jesus came out of my interior and hugging me to infuse peace into me. He said to me, "My daughter, why are you so worried? Don't you know that peace is the smile of the soul, the azure and serene sky, in which the divine sun shines its light in such a way as not to let any cloud rise? Peace is the beneficial dew, which invigorates everything, adorns the soul with delightful jewels and draws upon her a continual kiss of my will." What, then, is this case contrary to the truth? What is this too great exaltation of you? All this simply because I told you that I was placing you near my Divine Mother. Yet, as my Virgin Mother and Queen, it is the custodian of all the goods of my redemption. I placed her at the head of the redeemed by giving her a unique and special mission, which will not be given to anyone else. The apostles themselves and the whole church depend on her. There is no good she does not possess, all the goods come of her. Besides, since she is my mother, I had to entrust to his motherly heart all things and all people. Encompassing everything and being able to give everything to all is his prerogative. I repeat to you that, as well as I have placed my mother at the head of everything and deposited in her all the goods of the redemption, I chose another virgin that I placed near her, to entrust him with the mission of making my divine will known. If the redemption is great, my will is even greater. The redemption had a beginning in time, although not in eternity. As for my divine will, though it is eternal, there had to be a beginning in time with regard to the mission of making it known. Because my will exists in heaven and on earth and that she is the one and only one to own all the goods, I had to choose a creature to entrust to the deposit of related knowledge, by making him known as to a second mother, its qualities, value, and prerogatives, so that she may love them and jealously guard the deposit. Just like my heavenly mother, true custodian of the goods of the redemption is generous to anyone who wants to take advantage of them. So this second mother must be generous, by making everyone known my teachings on my will, His Holiness, the goods she wants to give, His life unknown to creatures, and the fact that, since the beginning of the creation of man, she longs, prays, and begs for man to return to his origin, which is my will, and for his sovereignty over all creatures to be restored. My redemption was unique and I called on my dear mother to bring it to fruition. My will, too, is unique. And I had to call on another creature to put it as in the head. In order to place the deposit in it. That it serves me to make known my teachings and that it responds to the purposes of my divine will. Where is this too great exaltation of you? Who can deny that redemption and the fulfillment of my will are two unique and similar missions that must be held by the hand? That the fruits of redemption may be completed and that our rights over creation may be restored to us. These rights being the ultimate reason for creation? That is why we are so interested in the mission of our will. Nothing else will do so much good to the creatures. The accomplishment of this mission will be the crowning achievement of all our works. David has been said to be an image of me. To the point that all of his psalms reveal my person. It has been said that Saint Francis of Assisi was a faithful image of me. The Holy Gospel reads, "Be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect, nothing less." It also reads, "No one will enter the kingdom of heaven unless he is the image of the Son of God." And a lot of other things like that. However, no one speaks of exaltation or says that these are things that do not conform to the truths that came out of my mouth. And because I have compared you to Our Lady to make you her faithful copy, I would have exalted you too much? All this means that they have not fully understood the mission of knowing my will. I repeat to you that not only do I place you near the Virgin, but I place you on his maternal knees like his little girl, in such a way that she guide you and teach you how to imitate her. To become his faithful copy by always doing the divine will and that, from his knees, you may pass on the knees of the divinity. The mission of my will is eternal. It is exactly Heavenly Father's. He wants, commands and hopes only one thing. That his will be known and loved, and that it be made on earth as in heaven. Holding this eternal mission and imitating the Heavenly Father, you must want only one thing for yourself and all creatures. May my will be known, loved, and fulfilled. If it is the creature that exalts itself, this may raise questions. But if she stays in her place and it is I who exalt her, making her arrive where I want and by the way I want, it is in order. Anything is allowed to me. So trust me and don't worry. I merged as usual into the holy divine will, manifesting his presence within me. My sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, come into the immensity of my will." All heaven and all things created by me continually live and receive the life of my will. In it they find their complete glory, their total happiness and perfect beauty. In addition, they anxiously wait for the kiss of the pilgrim soul who lives in the same will as them, for return this kiss to him and share with her the glory, happiness, and beauty they possess. Thus, another creature is added to them. To give me complete glory, to the extent that a creature can do so. And to bring me to look at the earth with the same love with which I created it. Since there is on earth a creature that lives and acts in my will. Knowing that nothing glorifies me as much as a soul who lives in my will. All of heaven longs for my will to live in souls on earth. Thus, every act that the creature performs in my will is a kiss. That it gives to the one who created it, and that she receives from him and from all the blessed. And do you know what that kiss is? It is the transformation of the soul into its creator. It is the possession of God by the soul and the soul by God. It is the increase of the divine life in the soul. It is conformity with all heaven and the right of supremacy over all created things. The soul, purified by my will through the omnipotent breath of God, no longer causes God the nausea of his human will. And, therefore, God continues to infuse her with his omnipotent breath, so that she continues to grow in this will by which she was created. On the other hand, the soul that has not yet been purified feels the attraction of its own will. And, as a result, it acts against the divine will by making it its own. God cannot approach him to infuse his breath again, until she devotes herself completely to the realization of the divine will. You must know that by creating man God infused life into him. By equipping him with an intelligence, a memory, and a will to put him in relation with his divine will. This divine will was to be like a king, dominating the entire interior of the creature and giving life to all that is in her. With the help of his eyes, the creature had to see in a completely natural way the order existing in the created things as well as the divine will reigning over the whole universe. His hearing was to enable him to hear the wonders of the eternal will. His mouth was to allow him to feel continually breathed in by the breath of the Creator communicating to him the life and goods of his will. It was to be like the echo of the eternal Fiat telling him what the will of God means. His hands were to be the expression of the works of the Supreme Will. His feet were to allow him to follow step by step the footsteps of his Creator. Thus, when the divine will is established in the will of the creature has the eyes, hearing, mouth, hands, and feet of my will. It never separates itself from its origin. Leaving, she is still in my arms. And it is easy for her to feel my breath and for me to breathe in her. This is precisely what I want from the creature. May she let my will reign in her and may her will serve as my abode, so that the divine will may deposit in it the heavenly goods it contains. This is what I want for you. May all your acts, marked by my will, form a single act which, united with the simple act of my will, who does not know a multiplicity of acts as in man, may dwell in the eternal beginning. So that you thus copy your Creator and you give him glory and contentment, to see his will done on earth as in heaven. I was thinking about some of the things Jesus had told me about the divine will, and that had been published. As a result, they were available to anyone who wanted to read them. I felt so ashamed that I had an indescribable sorrow. And I say, my beloved God, how can you allow this? Are secrets that I wrote out of obedience and only out of love for you are currently in plain sight of other people. And if they continue to publish other writings, I will die of shame and sorrow. Moreover, after all this, as a reward for my hard sacrifices, you left me. Ah! If you had been with me, you would have had mercy on my pain and you would have given me strength. While I was thinking about this, my sweet Jesus came out of my interior and, placing one hand on my forehead and the other on my mouth as if he wanted to stop the many distressing thoughts that came to me, he said to me, be calm, don't go any further. These are not your things, but mine. It is my will that wants to make itself known. My will is more than the sun whose light can hardly be hidden. In fact, it is completely impossible. If one obstructs its light on one side, it bypasses the obstacle and, passing through the other sides, it continues its path majestically, plunging into confusion those who wanted to stop its course. You can hide a lamp, but never the sun. My will is like the sun, and even more. If you want to hide its light, you won't succeed. Therefore, be calm, my daughter. And let the eternal sun of my will continue its course. Either by writing, either by publishing, either by your words or your behavior. Let it escape like light and cover the whole world. This is what I aspire to, what I want. Moreover, what has already been put into circulation concerning the truths about my will is very little, only the atoms of its light. And although they are only atoms, if you knew the resulting good, what will it be like when all the truths I have revealed to you about my will are gathered? The fruitfulness of its light, the goods it contains. All this put together will form not only a few atoms of the rising sun, but its full noon. What good will this eternal sun not produce in the midst of the creatures? And you and I, how happy we will be to see my will known, loved, and fulfilled. Therefore, let me do it. Besides, it's not true that I left you. How can you say that? Don't you feel me inside of you? Do you not hear the echo of my prayer in you? Don't you see how I embrace everything without anyone escaping me, since all things and all generations are like one point to me? Don't you see how I pray, love, and repair for all? And you, echoing my prayer, feel as if you have all the people and all the things in your power and you repeat what I do. Do you think you are doing this by your own strength? Ah! No, no. It is I who am in you, it is my will that makes you hold all people and all things as in your power and that continues its course in your soul. And would you like things to be outside of my will? Why are you afraid? That I can leave you? Don't you know that the surest sign that I reside in you is that my will has its place of honor in you? That she dominates you and makes you what she wants? I and my will are inseparable. And my will makes inseparable from me whoever allows himself to be dominated by her. I was thinking of all those things that my beloved Jesus had told me about his most holy will, and some doubts that it is not necessary for me to specify here went up in me. I will simply say what my greatest good has told me. My daughter, when a mission is entrusted to a person, it must be equipped with the goods, graces and prerogatives it will need to carry out its mission. The mission that my divinity entrusted to my humanity was to redeem creatures. I was charged with their souls, their sorrows, and satisfying for each of them. In short, I had to own everything. What if my humanity had failed to care even of a single soul? One of their sorrows or satisfaction. My office as Redeemer would not have been fully realized. I would not have disposed de toutes les graces, de tous les biens et all the necessary light. Although some souls might not have been saved. For my part, I had to possess everything in me to dispose in overabundance of the graces necessary for all to be saved. This was required by my mission as Redeemer. Look at the sun on the horizon. It contains so much light that it can give it to all. And even if some do not want to take advantage of it, because of its specific function, it even has the light that some creatures might not want. It is that the sun was created by God to be the specific sphere capable of warming the earth and flooding it with its light. In fact, when a function is specific in order to meet a need, it is necessary that the person who performs it has enough of the goods that he must offer to be able to dispense them to all, without her abilities being exhausted because she gives to others. As far as I am concerned, I who was to be the new Son of souls, having to flood with his light all persons and all things, it was fitting that I should have everything I needed to bring souls to the Supreme Majesty by offering her an act containing all the acts, and also to bring down an overabundant light upon all in order to bring them to safety. At my side, there was my Heavenly Mother, who received the specific mission to be the Mother of the Son of God and to be co-redemptrix of humanity. For her mission of divine motherhood, she was enriched with so many graces that all that other creatures possess, terrestrial and celestial, can never match it. But this was not enough to bring the Word into her womb. She embraced all creatures, loving, repairing and worshipping the Supreme Majesty for all, so as to accomplish on her own everything that human generations owed to God. In her virginal heart, she had inexhaustible means towards God and towards all creatures. When the divinity found in this virgin the love of all, she was delighted and formed her conception in her. At the same time that she conceived me, my mother became co-redemptrix of humanity and embraced all my sufferings, my satisfactions, and my reparations, to which she joined her maternal love for all. That is why, when I was on the cross, in all truth and righteousness, I declared her the mother of all. She accompanied me in everything, in love and suffering. She never left me alone. If Jehovah had not deposited graces in her, to the point that she can give him the love of all, he would never have descended from heaven to earth to redeem mankind. This is why, by virtue of her mission as Mother of God, it was necessary for her to embrace everything and surpass everything. When a function is specific, nothing should escape the person who performs it. He must monitor everything to properly dispense his property. It must be like the sun that dispenses its light to all. This is how it was for me and my Heavenly Mother. Your mission to make known the eternal will is intertwined with mine and that of my dear mother. As this mission was to reach everyone, it was necessary for me to center the eternal sun of my will in a creature, in such a way that its rays unfold from a single source. That's why as the custodian of the Son of my will end. For his greatest honor, it was necessary. May I flood you with so many graces, light, love and knowledge. Just as my humanity conceived all souls. Because of his function as Redeemer. You too. Because of your role in making my will known and reigning. By performing all your deeds in her and for all creatures are conceived in your will. By repeating your actions in my will, you form so many parcels of divine will life. That you can feed all creatures who, by virtue of my will, are as if conceived in your will. Don't you feel that in my will you embrace all creatures? From the first that existed on earth to the last that will exist. And that, for all, you would like to satisfy, love and please the divine will by binding it to all? Don't you also feel that you want to remove all the obstacles that prevent the dominion of my will over the creatures and that you offer yourself, even through suffering, to satisfy the supreme will? Who so desires to be known and reign in creatures? To you, firstborn daughter of my divine will, it is given to make known the qualities of this divine will, its value, the goods it contains, and his eternal pain of living unknown in the midst of human generations. Not to say that it is despised and offended by the wicked and considered by the good as a small lamp in the same way as the other virtues. Rather than like the sun it is. The mission of my will is the greatest that can exist. There is no property that does not descend from her. There is no glory that does not come from her. Heaven and earth are centered in her. Therefore, be attentive, and do not waste time. All the peculiarities that I have described to you concerning this mission of my will are necessary. Not for you, but for the honor, glory, knowledge, and holiness of my will. And as my will is one must also be the person to whom I have entrusted the mission. To make it known and to make it shine for the good of all. After writing the above, I began to worship Jesus crucified. By merging me totally into his most holy will, my beloved Jesus came out of my interior. Placing his most holy face near mine, Il said to me tenderly, "My daughter, have you written everything about the mission of my will?" I replied, "Yes, yes, I wrote it all down." He said, "What if I told you that you didn't write everything down? That you have instead left out the most essential thing?" Adds, "The mission of my will reflect the most holy Trinity on earth. Just as in heaven there is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, inseparable and distinct, and forming the total beatitude of heaven, there will be three people on earth, which, by virtue of their respective missions, will be inseparable and distinct. The Virgin who, through her motherhood, imitates the fatherhood of the Heavenly Father and possesses her power to fulfill her mission as Mother of the Eternal Word and Cordemptrix. My humanity which, for his mission as Redeemer, includes the Divinity and the Word, who, without ever being separated from the Father and the Holy Spirit, manifests my heavenly wisdom and possesses the bond that makes me inseparable from my Mother. And you for the mission of my will. You in whom the Holy Spirit will overflow his love, manifesting you the secrets of my will, its wonders and the goods it contains. To make interested creatures happy. To know my will. To love him and to let her reign in them, offering her their soul, so that she may dwell there and form her life in them. All this accompanied by the bond of inseparability between you, the Mother and the Eternal Word. These three missions are distinct and inseparable. The first two, through unprecedented suffering, aroused grace and light. 4. Start the third and merge with her. And this, without any of them leaving their own mission. Each one finding rest there since my will is heavenly rest. These missions will not be repeated. Because exuberance, graces, light and of the knowledge they contain is such that all human generations can be fulfilled by them. Human generations will never be able to use the assets available to these missions. These missions are symbolized by the sun I created, with so much light and warmth, that all human generations can enjoy it overabundantly. I did not take the fact into consideration that, at first, only Adam and Eve could enjoy it, and that, therefore, I could have equipped it with only enough light for the two of them, and then increased its light as the generations grew. No, I made the sun filled with light, as it is now and will be thereafter. For the honor of our power, wisdom, and love, our works are always carried out with the fullness of all their possessions. Thus, they are not subject to increase or decrease. This is what I did for the sun. I have placed in him all the required light, so that he may accomplish his work to the last man. And what benefits does it not bring to man? By his silent light, what glory does he not give to the Creator? By its stability and the immense benefits it brings to the earth through its silent language, he glorifies me and makes me known more than all the other things put together. When I looked at the sun with all its light, which only Adam and Eve enjoyed, I also thought of all the other living creatures. Seeing that this light would serve all, my paternal kindness exulted with joy, and I was glorified in my works. I did the same for my dear mother. I filled her with so many graces, that it can give it to all without anyone ever missing it. It was the same for my humanity. There is no good that she does not possess, including the Godhead herself, in order to be able to dispense these goods to anyone who wants them. I did this for you. I have deposited my will in you as well as my own person, to which I have joined the knowledge, secrets, and light of my will. I have filled your soul to the brim, so much so that what you write is nothing but the overflow of what you contain. And although, at present, this knowledge is only for you, except for a few glimmers of light reaching a few other people, I am happy. Because, being light more than the sun, this knowledge will make its way by itself, to illuminate human generations and bring our works to their fulfillment, that is, our will is known and loved, and that it reigns as the life of creatures, which is the primary purpose of creation. Therefore, be attentive, for it is a question of securing the eternal will, who, with so much love, wants to live in creatures. But she wants to be known, not as a stranger. It wants to dispense its benefits to all and be the life of all. However, she wants his rights and place of honor, and also that the human will be set aside. She who is my only enemy and that of man himself. The mission of my will was the purpose of man's creation. My divinity has never left heaven and its throne. But my will did. She descended into all created things and formed her life in them. Well, that all things recognize me and that I live in them with majesty. The man alone rejected me. But I want to conquer it and, therefore, my mission is not over. This is how I have called you, entrusting you with my own mission. 2. That thou shalt place on the knees of my will the man who has departed from it, and may everything come back to my will. Consequently, don't be surprised by all the great and wonderful things that I tell you about this mission or all the graces I give you. It is not a question here of making a saint or saving generations. But it is to place in safety the divine will, that all can return to their origin, and that the objective of my will be attained. I write only out of obedience, and here I will combine things from the past and the present. Often, in my writings, I say, I was merging into the divine will, without specifying further. Forced by obedience, I will say what happens to me then. When I merge, a huge void filled with light presents itself to my mind. In this light, one cannot discern limits. Top or bottom, right or left, forward or backward. In the midst of this immensity, at an extremely high point, it seems that I mentally see the divinity or the three divine persons. And, I don't know how, a little girl comes out of me. It's myself or maybe my little soul. It's touching to see this little girl moving in this huge empty space. Alone, timidly, walking on tiptoe. Eyes still fixed on the place where she sees the three divine persons. With the fear that if she looks down she will not know where she will end up. All his strength comes from his gaze fixed upwards. In fact, as her gaze meets that of the Most High, she gains strength as she moves forward. When she arrives before the three divine persons, she prostrates herself to worship the divine majesty. Then a hand from the divine persons lifts it up. They said to him, "Our daughter, the little girl of our will, come into our arms." At these words, she becomes all filled with joy. And so it is with the three divine persons who await the fulfillment of the mission they have entrusted to him. Then, with the typical grace of a little girl, she said, "O Supreme Majesty! I come to worship you, bless you, and thank you for everything. I come to attach to your throne all the human wills of all generations, from the first man to the last, so that all can recognize your supreme will, worship him, love him, and allow him to live in their souls. In this immense void are all creatures. I want to take them all and place them in your holy will so that all of them can return to their origin, that is, your will. I have come in your paternal arms to bring all your children to you, my brothers, and bind them all to your will. On behalf of all, I want to make amends and pay tribute and glory to you as if all were living in your most holy will. But, I beg you, don't allow it any more. Let there be separation between the divine will and the human will. It's a little girl asking you that, and I know you can't deny anything to the little ones. But, who can say everything? That would be too long. Words fail me when I want to express what I say before the Most High. Moreover, it seems to me that in this immense void, we do not use the same language as in this world. Other times, when I merge into the divine will and the immense emptiness presents itself to my mind, I circulate through all the things created and I print on them "I love you" to the address of the Supreme Majesty, as if I wanted to fill the atmosphere with "I love you." To offer a return of love to the supreme love for so much love towards creatures. Then I go through all the thoughts of the creatures by imprinting on them my "I love you." I continue by placing my "I love you" on every look, every mouth, and every word. I cover every heartbeat, every job done, and every step of one of my "I love you" addressed to my God. Then, descending into the depths of the ocean, I place on each fish momentum and on each drop of water an "I love you." Afterwards, as if she had sown "I love you" everywhere, the little girl presents herself before the Divine Majesty. And, as if to surprise him, she said, "My Creator and my Father, my Jesus and my eternal love, look, all things tell you from all creatures that they love you, everywhere there are 'I love you' addressed to you, heaven and earth are filled with it. Aren't you going to concede to your toddler that your will descends among creatures? Make itself known. Make peace with the human will. And, while she will exercise her just authority and occupy her place of honor, no creature ever again does her will, but always yours." Other times, when I merge into the divine will, I groan about all the offenses done to my God. Then I resume my tour in this immense emptiness in order to join all the sorrows tried by Jesus because of sins. I make these sorrows my own and I go everywhere. In the most hidden and secret places. In public places. On all evil human acts, to groan on all sins. I feel like I want to shout at every movement of creatures. Repent, mercy. So that all may hear, I print my prayer in the rumble of thunders so that the pain of having offended my God may reverberate in all hearts. Mercy in lightning. Repentance in the whistling of the wind. Repentance and mercy in the ringing of the bells, in short, repentance and mercy in everything. Then, I bring before my God the repentances of all, I implore mercy for all. And I say, Great God, bring down your will to the earth so that sin will no longer have any place there. It is the human will alone that produces so many offenses, which seem to flood the whole earth with sins. Therefore, please the little girl of your will who wants nothing except, may your will be known and loved, and that it reigns in all hearts. I remember that one day, while I was merging into the divine will, I looked at the sky at a time when it was raining heavily. And I felt great pleasure when I saw the rain fall. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me with inexpressible love and tenderness, "My daughter, in those drops of water that you see coming down from heaven is my will. It descends quickly with water to quench the thirst of creatures, penetrate into their bowels, into their veins, refresh them, bring them my kisses, my love, and build up their lives. She comes. Irrigate and fertilize the earth. Make it fertile, so that it can produce man's food. It comes to meet so many other needs of creatures. My will wants to live in all the things created to give a heavenly and earthly life to each one. However, although it comes to all creatures as a party, all filled with love, she does not receive adequate recognition from them, she remains as if on her appetite. My daughter, merged into mine. Your will also flows in this water that falls from heaven. She runs everywhere with my will. Never leave her alone, and give her the reward for your love on behalf of all." While he was saying this, my eyes were amazed I couldn't detach them from the rain that was falling. My will accompanied this water and I could see in it the hands of my Jesus that multiplied by bringing water to all. Who could say how I felt? Only Jesus could say it, he who is the author of this. Who could say the many ways to merge me into the most holy will? I have said enough for now. Jesus willing, He will give me the words and grace to say more, and I will continue to write about it. To follow up on the above, I said to my Jesus, "Tell me, my love, what is this emptiness that comes to my mind when I merge into your most holy will? And who is this little girl coming out of me? Why does she feel an irresistible force that draws her to your throne to lay her little deeds on the divine knees in order to rejoice the divinity?" "All goodness," my sweet Jesus answered me. "My daughter, emptiness is our will at your disposal. It should be filled with all the deeds that would have been done if the creatures had corresponded to our will. This immense emptiness that represents our will came from our divinity for the good of all in creation, with the aim of making all people and things happy. As a result, all creatures should have filled this void. Their actions and the offering of their will to their Creator. As they did not, which is for us a very great offense, we called you to this special mission. To give us back what others owe us. That's why we got you. First filled with a long chain of graces and then asked you if you wanted to live in our will. And you agreed. By telling us yes and by tying your will to our throne, without ever wanting to take it back. Because the human will and the divine will cannot coexist. This yes, that is, your will, is firmly linked to our throne. That is why your soul, in the form of a little girl, is attracted to the Supreme Majesty. For it is your will that is with us that attracts you like a magnet. And you, instead of worrying about your will, you only take care of bringing on our lap all that you have been able to accomplish in our will. And you deposit our will itself within us, as the greatest tribute that can be paid to us and the reward we like the most. The fact that you no longer consider your will and that it is only ours that lives in you makes us festive. Your small acts performed in our will bring us the joys of all creation. Thus, it seems to us that everything is smiling at us and is celebrating for us. Then, seeing you leave our throne, without paying the slightest attention to your will and bringing our will with you is a very great joy for us. That is why I say to you every time, be attentive to our will. Because in it there is a lot to do. The more you act, the greater the joy you will give us. And our will pour out in torrents into you and out of you. After the confessor had read what I wrote earlier about how I merge into the divine will, he was not satisfied and demanded that I continue to write on the subject. Out of obedience and fear that my Jesus may be at all dissatisfied, I will continue with my remarks. Sometimes, when I merge into the supreme will and that this immense emptiness becomes present in my mind, the little girl continues her tours. Rising very high, she strives to thank God for all the love He shows to all His creatures. She wants to honor Him as the Creator of all things. Thus, she walks among the stars and, on each flicker of light, she imprints an I love you and a glory to my Creator. In every ray of sunshine that descends on the earth, I love you and glory. In the immensity of the heavens, at every distance of a step, I love you and glory. In the chirping of birds, the movements of their wings, love and glory to my Creator. In the blades of grass emerging from the ground, in the flowers that hatch and their fragrance that rises, love and glory. On the peaks of the mountains and in the valleys, love and glory. She reaches every heart of the creatures as if she wanted to lock herself in. In everyone, it proclaims I love you and glory to my Creator. I would like that with one cry, one will and one harmony. All things say, glory and love to my Creator. Then, as if she had brought everything together so that everything offers a return of love to God and gives Him glory. For all that He has achieved in creation, she comes to His throne and says to Him, O Supreme Majesty and Creator of all things, this little child comes into your arms to tell you that all creation, in the name of all creatures, gives you back a return of love and a just glory. For so many things you have created out of love for all. In your will, it circulates everywhere in this immense void, that all things may glorify you, love you, and bless you. And since it has harmonized love between the Creator and the creature, love broken by the human will, and the glory that all owe you, bring down to earth your will, so that it may strengthen all the relationships between the Creator and the creature. In this way, all things will return to the first order established by you. Act quickly, don't wait any longer. Don't you see how corrupt the earth is? Only your will, your known and reigning will, can stop this debacle and secure everything. Then, feeling that her mission is not over, she descends lower into the immense void, to thank Jesus for the work of redemption. As if she found in action all that He has achieved, she offers her thanks on behalf of all, as a replacement for all the acts that creatures should have offered Him while waiting for Him and receiving Him on earth. Then, as if she wanted to turn totally into love for Jesus, she said, Jesus, I love you in your act of coming down from heaven. I print my I love you in the act by which you were conceived. I love you in the first drop of blood that has been formed in your humanity. I love you in your first heartbeat so that all your heartbeat will be marked with my I love you. I love you in your first breath. I love you in your first sufferings. I love you in the first tears you shed in your mother's womb. I want to accompany with my I love you your prayers, your reparations, and your offerings. I want to seal every moment of your life with my I love you. I love you in the act of your birth. I love you in the cold you have suffered. I love you in every drop of milk received from your mother's womb. I want to fill with my I love you the diapers with which your mom swaddled you. I put down my I love you on the floor where your dear mother has delicately placed you in the manger, where your tender limbs felt the roughness of the straw and, more than this one, the roughness of the hearts. I print an I love you on each of your vagisments, each of your tears and your sorrows as a newborn. I make my I love you flow in all your contacts and all your loving relationships with your mother. In the words you have spoken. In the food you ate, the steps you took, the water you drank. In the work you have done with your hands. In the actions you have taken in your hidden life. I seal my I love you in each of your inner acts and each of the sorrows you have endured. I put down my I love you on the paths you have traveled, in the air you breathed, in all the preaching you have done during your public life. My I love you flow in the miracles you have performed and in the sacraments that you have instituted. In everything, O my Jesus, even in the most secret fibers of your heart, I print my I love you in my name and in the name of all. Your will makes me present all things. I don't want to leave anything without my I love you being printed on it. Your little daughter of your will feels the need. If there is nothing more she can do for you, to invite you to place at least one small I love you for us in all that you have done for me and for all. My I love you follow you in all the sufferings of your passion. In all spitting, contempt and in the insults they inflicted on you. My I love you seal every drop of blood you shed. Every bellows you have received. Every wound inflicted on your body. Each thorn that pierced your head. Every pain of your crucifixion. Every word you have spoken on the cross. On everything, until your last breath, I print my I love you. I want to surround with my I love you all your life, all your actions. I want you to touch, see, and feel my I love you sewn everywhere. My I love you will never leave you. Your will is the life of my I love you. And do you know what this little girl wants? May the divine will that you love so much and that you do throughout your life on earth make himself known to all creatures, that all may love and fulfill him on earth as in heaven. She wants to win you by her love so that you give your will to all creatures. Oh! Make happy this little one who wants nothing but what you want, that your will be known and reign over all the earth. Now, I believe that obedience has been observed, so to speak. It is true that I have had to omit many things, otherwise, I would never have finished. For me, merging into the Supreme Will is like placing myself in front of a gushing fountain. Every little thing I hear or see, or an offense to my Jesus, is a new opportunity to merge into His most holy will. I want to end by writing what Jesus told me as a result of the above, my daughter. You must add another thing about fusion in my will. It is a question of merging in the order of grace. In all that the Sanctifier, the Holy Spirit, has done and will do for those who are to be sanctified. We, the three divine persons, are always united in our action. Creation is attributed to the Father, redemption to the Son, and the realization of Thy will be done to the Holy Spirit. It is about Him when you come before the Supreme Majesty and say, I come to return your love to you. For all that the Sanctifier does to those whom He sanctifies, I place myself in the order of grace so that I can offer you the glory and return of love that you would have received if all had become saints, and make reparation for any opposition or lack of correspondence to grace. And, to the extent that you are capable of doing so, you seek in our will the acts of the sanctifying Spirit, to make hold His sorrow, His groaning secrets and His anguished sighs in the depths of hearts because He is so badly received there. His fundamental work is to place our will in the soul, as the complete act of sanctification. Then, seeing Himself rejected, He groaned in inexpressible lamentations. And you, in your childlike simplicity, you say to Him, Sanctifying Spirit, hurry, please make known to all your will, so that, knowing her, they may love Him and welcome in them your fundamental act, that of their complete sanctification, which is your most holy will. My daughter, the three divine persons are both inseparable and distinct. This is how they want to manifest their works to human generations. Although they are one, each wants to demonstrate individually His love for creatures and His own action towards them. I thought almost complaining to my kind Jesus that sometimes He comes and makes me suffer in the presence of my confessor by making me unable to prevent this state of suffering and loss of consciousness. I say to Jesus, my love, it was time last night and it is still time today to come and make me suffer, but, at this moment, since the confessor is here, leave me free. And then you will do with me what you want, I will be at your entire disposal. But it was in vain that I told him this, an irresistible force took hold of me. And I felt in a state as if I was going to die. I complained to Jesus and begged Him not to allow this. All goodness, He said to me. My daughter, if I allow this, it is because of the firmness of your confessor who never ceases to pray to me, to make you suffer for my glory and for the appeasement of my righteousness. If I didn't I would be dishonored in you, and the truths I have manifested to you about my will and other virtues would be questioned. One could say, where is the obedience of the victim, she who should obey quite naturally? So you would like to dishonor me and prevent others from believing that it is I who speak and act in you. You should know that, in order to entrust to you the mission of my will, although I have not freed you from original sin, as I did for my dearest mother, I have nevertheless removed from you the source of concupiscence and corruption. Because it would not have been appropriate for my will to take place in a corrupt nature and will. There would have been like clouds before the sun of my will, and its rays of knowledge could not have penetrated into you and take possession of your soul. Since my will is in you, all heaven, the Blessed Virgin, all saints and all angels are related to you, since my will is their life. When you hesitate, even at the slightest, or wonder whether you should join or not, heaven and earth are shaken in their very foundations. Because this will, which is the life of all and which wants to reign in you as in heaven, then does not have in you its complete domination, his just honor. So I recommend that you never give life to your will again, if you want to. May your Jesus be honored in you, and may my will continue its total dominion in you. I was frightened to see the great evil I was committing. To simply ask myself whether or not I should adhere to what Jesus wants from me, even if I always end up giving in. What would happen if, that never happened, I did not give in? I felt very upset at this idea. My kind Jesus, seeing my sorrow, came back and said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not fear. I have explained to you how all heaven is attached to my will that reigns in you to encourage you never to give in to your will. Because the divine will and the human will are sworn enemies. And since the divine will is the strongest, holiest, and greatest, it is fitting that its enemy, the human will, either under his feet and serves as a step. In fact, he who must live in my will must not consider himself a citizen of the earth, but a citizen of heaven. It is with good reason that all blessed souls feel shaken when a soul who lives in the same will as them think of letting his human will resurface, a disorder that has never entered the celestial regions. You must be convinced that if you live in my will, the life of your will has come to an end. It no longer has its raison d'être. I remind you that living in my will is very different. Those who do my will are free to give theirs and take it back because they live as earthly citizens. But he who lives in my will is bound to an eternal point. He acts with my will and is surrounded by an impregnable fortress. Therefore, do not fear and be attentive." Then, as if he had wanted to comfort me and strengthen me in his most holy will, he took my hand in his and said to me, "My daughter, come and do your tour in my will. Look, although my will is one, it circulates as if it were divided between all the things created. However, it is not divided. See the stars, the blue sky, the sun, the moon, the plants, the flowers, the fruits, the fields, the land, the sea, everything. In everything is an act of my will, and my will remains there to preserve this act. My will does not want to be alone in its deeds, but it wants the company of your deeds. I have placed you in my will so that you can accompany me in my actions. That is, you may want what I want. That the stars twinkle. That the sun floods the earth with light. That the plants hatch. That the fields become golden. That the birds sing. That the sea whispers. That the fish wriggle. In short, you must want what I want. Thus, my will no longer feel alone in the things created, but will feel the company of your actions. Consequently, visit everything created and take action for each of the acts of my will. This is life in my will. Never leave the Creator alone. Admire all his works and accompany his great acts with the small acts of the creature. I don't know how, but I saw myself in this immense void of light, finding all the acts that came out of God's will so that they could place the reward in them. of my acts of worship, praise, love, and thanksgiving. After that, I reintegrated my body. I felt oppressed because of the loss of my adorable Jesus. How much I sighed after his return. I called him with my heart, my voice, and my thoughts which, because of my deprivation of him, were very active. Lord! How long are the nights without Jesus? Whereas, when I am with him, they flow like a simple breath. I said, my love, come, don't leave me, I'm too small, I need you. You know how little my smallness cannot do without you. Yet, you leave me. Ah! Come back, oh Jesus! At this time, he showed himself in the form of a small child. He put an arm around my neck and, with his head, he repeatedly hit the middle of my chest so hard that I felt like it was going to break. So I was scared and started shaking. In a loud and kind voice, he said to me, my daughter, don't be afraid. It is me, I do not leave you. How could I leave you? Life in my will makes the soul inseparable from me. My life is for her more than the soul for the body. Like, without its soul, the body becomes dust because it does not have the life that supports it. Thus, without my life in you, you would be empty of all the acts of my will performed in you. And you would no longer hear my voice in the depths of your soul whispering to you how to accomplish your mission in my will. If there is my voice in you, there is also my life that emits this voice. How easy it is for you to think that I can leave you. I cannot do that. You should first leave my will, and it would be only after that you could believe that I have left you. However, leaving my will would be difficult, if not impossible, for you. You are almost in the condition of the blessed in heaven. They have not lost their free will. Because it is a gift that I have given to man. And, what I once gave, I never take back. Slavery never found its place in heaven. I am the God of sons and daughters, not slaves. I am the king who lets everyone rule, there is no division between me and them. In them, the knowledge of my possessions, my will and my happiness, is so large that they are filled to the brim, to the point of overflow, so that their will finds no place to act. Although they are free, the knowledge of an infinite will and infinite goods, in which they are immersed, lead them with irresistible force to use their will. As if they did not have it, this in perfect agreement with their will and considering it as their greatest privilege and their greatest happiness. So it is for you, my daughter. To make known to you my will is the greatest grace I have given you. Although you are free to do your will or not to do so. Before mine, your will feels incapable of operating, it feels annihilated. Knowing the great good that is my will, you abhor yours. Without anyone forcing you to do so, you like to do my will because of the great good you get out of it. The many knowledge I have made known to you about my will are divine bonds, eternal chains that bind you to my will. These are heavenly goods in your possession. If, even in this life, your will tries to get rid of these eternal chains, to break these divine bonds, to lose these divine possessions, although free, she cannot find a way to do so, she becomes confused. She sees her smallness and, frightened, she plunges into my will. Something of her own with an even more spontaneous love. Knowledge of a property opens the door to that property. So much knowledge I have given you concerning my will. So many doors of goods, light, graces and divine participation I have opened to you. These doors are open for you, and when this knowledge reaches the creatures, these doors will open for them too. Because the knowledge of a good gives birth and growth of love for that good. And the first door I will open to them will be that of my will, so that the small door of their personal will may be closed. My will make them abhor theirs. For, in the presence of my will, the human will is incapable of acting. In the light of my will, creatures will see how theirs is insignificant and clean to nothing. As a result, they will set it aside. You should know that when I manifest to you a new knowledge about my will, It is only after you have allowed all the goods that accompany it to enter your soul that I open for you another door of my knowledge. If I did not do so, this new knowledge would only be the announcement of a novelty, without you taking possession of it. Whenever I speak, I want the good that I manifest to be possessed. Consequently, be attentive in learning my will, so that I can open more doors of knowledge to you and that you can enter more into the divine possessions. While I was merging into the holy divine will in my usual way, I thought to myself, where has our Lord done the most for creatures? In creation, redemption, or sanctification? Moving within me, my ever-kind Jesus made me see all creation. What a sublimity! What magnificence! What harmony! What an order! There is no place in heaven and on earth where God did not create something special and different. He did so with such mastery that, compared to the smallest thing created by God, the greatest scientists feel that all their science and art is absolutely nothing. Things created by God being filled with life and movement. Oh! As it is true that looking at the universe and not recognizing God, not to like it and not to believe in Him is pure madness. Created things are like veils behind which God hides. It manifests itself to us thus veiled, because, in our mortal flesh, we are unable to see it directly. The love He has for us is so great that to prevent us from being blinded by His light, frightened by His power, embarrassed by its beauty, annihilated before its immensity, He veils Himself with the help of created things. Although He dwells in our midst and makes us swim in His very life. My God, how much you have loved us and how much you love us! After showing me the whole universe in this way, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, everything was accomplished in creation. In her, the divinity has fully manifested His majesty, power, and wisdom, and showed His love for creatures. There is no point in heaven, on earth, or in created things, where the perfection of our works does not manifest. Nothing has been achieved by halves. In creation, God has flaunted all His works for creatures. He loved with complete love and He realizes complete works. He had nothing to add or subtract. He did everything perfectly. He does not know how to accomplish incomplete things. A distinct and complete love for each creature has been placed in everything created. Redemption was nothing but reparation for the evil done by creatures. She added nothing to the work of creation. Law sanctification is nothing but help, grace and light for that man returns to the original state in which he was created. That it meets the purpose for which it was created. In fact, in creation, by virtue of my will, man's holiness was complete. Since it emanated from a complete act of God, the man was holy and happy in his soul. Because my will had reflected in him the holiness of his Creator. Similarly, he was holy and happy in his body. Ah! My daughter, in spite of the redemption and the work of sanctification, holiness in man is incomplete, if not non-existent. This means that if man does not backtrack to adopt my will as life, law, and nourishment, in order to be purified, ennobled, and deified. That is, if he does not conform to the first act of creation, taking my will as the inheritance assigned by God, the works of redemption and sanctification will not have their full effects. Everything is in my will. If man takes it, he takes everything. My will is a unique point, encompassing all the goods of redemption and sanctification. Moreover, for the one who lives in my will, since it meets the primary objective of creation, these goods serve him, not as a remedy, as for those who do not live in my will, but are for him cause of glory and special inheritance, brought to earth by the will of the Heavenly Father through the incarnate Word. Coming to earth, my first act was exactly to make known the will of my Father, for the purpose to attach it again to the creatures. My sufferings, the humiliations I have suffered, My hidden life and the immensity of the sufferings of my passion were remedies, a support, a light, to make my will known. Since, through her, man was going to be not only saved, but holy. Through my sufferings, I have brought man to safety. By my will, I have restored to him the holiness lost in the earthly paradise. If I had not done this, my love and my work would not have been complete as at the time of creation. Because it is our will alone that has the power to make complete our work towards creatures as well as the work of the creatures towards us. My will inspires man to think differently. It allows him to see my will in all created things, to speak with its echo, to act through his veil. In short, in my will, man does everything at once in conformity with her, while the other virtues act slowly, little by little. Without the first act of my will, my redemption serves to heal the deepest wounds of man, so as not to let him die, and serves as an antidote to prevent him from falling into hell. Therefore, take my will to heart. If you really want to love me and become a saint. I felt my poor mind immersed in God's most holy will. Oh! How I wished that not even a breath, a heartbeat, or a gesture would occur in me outside the supreme will. It seemed to me that everything that is realized outside the divine will makes us lose a new beauty, a new grace, a new light, and makes us dissimilar from our Creator. While Jesus wants us to be like our Creator in all things. And in what better way can we resemble Him if not by receiving in us the life of His most holy will? It brings us Heavenly Father's facial features. It makes us fully attain the goal of creation. It surrounds us in such a way as to keep us beautiful and holy as God created us. It gives us an ever new beauty, light, and love that can only be found in God. While my spirit was lost in the eternal will, my sweet Jesus, holding me on Him, said to me in an emotional voice, "My daughter, there is no evil greater than that of not doing my will, and there is no good comparable to that of doing it. No virtue can match the fulfillment of my will. The good that the soul loses by not fulfilling it is irreplaceable. And it's only by coming back to it that it can find a cure for this evil end. That the goods can be brought back to Him. That our will had decided to grant to the creature. It is in vain that creatures believe that, from the point of view of works, virtues, and sacrifices, they can do better outside of my will. If these things are not born of my will and carried out for the purpose of accomplishing it, they are not recognized by me. Graces, help, light, goods and the just reward are the lot of those who act for the purpose of fulfilling my will. My will is eternal, it has had no beginning and will have no end. Who could evaluate the acts performed in my will? She who has no beginning or end. These acts are filled with unlimited goods, just like my will itself. Other virtues, labors, and sacrifices practiced outside of my will have a beginning and an end. As perishable things, what reward can they earn? My will balances my attributes. If my power did not have this holy will, it would manifest itself in a tyrannical way towards those who offend so much. Balancing my power, my will, makes me shed graces where I should deploy rage and destruction. If it were not for my will that gives Him a life that is constantly renewed, my wisdom would not manifest so much art and mastery in His works. My beauty would be pale and unattractive if it were not sustained by the eternal will. My mercy would become weakness if it were not balanced by my will. And so for all my other attributes. Our fatherly goodness feels so much love for creatures that it establishes balance in man living in our will. Since man comes from the supreme will, it was right that this one makes life and balance everything that concerns him and gives him the likeness with his Creator. Great dignity, great majesty, and order were to be his prerogative, so that he may resemble his Creator. The cause of so much work, possibly good, in which equilibrium and order do not appear, is located in the lack of fulfillment of my will. Instead of arousing admiration, these works disappoint. Instead of spreading light, they generate darkness. Tout what is good comes from my will. Without her, deeds are only good in appearance. They are lifeless, not to say that they are poisoned and that they poison those who make them. I merged into the holy divine will in my usual way. When the immense empty space of the most holy divine will presented itself to my mind, I thought to myself, how can it be that this void can be filled by human acts performed in the adorable divine will? For this to happen, all barriers of human will must be removed, since they prevent us from crossing the entrance to this eternal and heavenly sphere of the supreme will where, it seems, God is waiting for these acts, so that man may return to his origin in the order of creation. However, nothing new is seen in this world in the realm of good. Sin exists as much as before, if not more. We hear a lot about a certain awakening in the religious field, of certain works in Catholic circles. But this is only appearance. If we get to the bottom of things, we see horrible vices more than before. Could it be that, all of a sudden, man gives death to all vices to give life to all virtues, as is required to live in the sphere of the supreme will? To live there, no compromise is possible. We cannot live divided between virtue and vice. It is necessary to sacrifice everything in order to convert everything into the will to God. Human will and human things must exist only to fulfill God's will, so that God may develop His life in us. As I pondered this and other things, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, this is how it will be. The immense void will be filled by the acts of the creatures carried out in my will. My will came from the eternal bosom of the Supreme Being for the good of man. Having done a simple act to envelop man in such a way that he could not escape us, our will then multiplied into countless acts to tell him, 'You see, my will not only envelopes you, but is always ready to act, in order to make yourself known by you and to receive in return acts performed in my will.' All things get feedback. Otherwise, it can be said that they are useless and worthless. The seed planted in the ground by the sower wants his return, that is, other seeds, 10, 20, 30 times more. The tree planted by the farmer wants the return of the generation and multiplication of fruits. The water drawn from the fountain gives the one who drew it the return of thirst quenching as well as the possibility of cleaning and washing. The fire that has been lit gives the return of its heat. This is the case for all things created by God. Having the power to produce and generate, they multiply and give a return. Is it only our will which, with so much love and as a result of so many continuous manifestations and acts, could not receive a return, the divinization of human wills? The seed of seed generates other fruits, the fruit generates other fruits. Man generates other men. A teacher trains other teachers. Should only our will, as powerful as it is, remain alone, without receiving a return, without being generated in the human will? Ah! No. This is impossible. Our will have its return. She will have her divine generation in the human will, especially since it corresponds to our first act, the one by which all things were created. May our will transform and regenerate the human will into the divine will. Our will comes from us and we want the human will. All other things were achieved in a secondary order while this goal was established in the first order of creation. It may take time, but centuries will not end without our will having achieved its goal. If she has achieved her goal of generating secondary things, even more will she achieve her goal regarding her primary goal. Our will would never have left our womb if she had known that she would never achieve her primary goal. May the human will be regenerated in the divine will. Do you think things will always be the way they are today? Oh no! My will sweep away everything. It will sow confusion everywhere. All things will be turned upside down. Many phenomena will occur. Wars, revolutions, accidents of all kinds in a way to strike down man, to confuse his pride and to dispose of it to the generation of the divine will in the human will. all that I have manifested to you concerning my will, teachings, light, special graces as well as all that you do in her, is nothing but the preparation of the way, the establishment of means, so that my will may be generated in the human will. If this were not to happen, I would not have manifested so many things to you, nor would I have manifested to you. I wouldn't have sacrificed you so long on your bed, keeping you in the continual exercise of my will, in order to place in you the foundations of the generation of my will in yours. Do you believe that it is nothing that I am continually in you, putting on your lips my prayers and making you feel my sorrows, who, in union with me, acquire all kinds, values, effects and powers? In short, I am in the process of making the model, that is, the first soul in which I fulfill the generation of my will. Subsequently, making facsimiles will be easier. That is why I always tell you be attentive, because it is something very important, of the most important thing that exists in heaven and on earth. This is to protect the rights of our will, to restore the purpose of creation, to return to us the glory for all things created, and to allow us to spread all the graces that our will had planned to give to creatures if they had fulfilled our will in all things. I felt immersed in God's holy will. Drawing me to Him, my sweet Jesus hugged me tightly. And He said to me, "My daughter, oh, how beautiful is my rest in the soul! Where does my will live and which lets it love and act fully in it? You must know that when the creature breathes, pulsates, acts, or does anything else, it is my will that breathes, pulsates, gives life to his works, circulates her blood, etc., since she is in her as a center of life. And as this will is the same as that of the three divine persons, the latter feel the breaths of this creature, its heartbeat, its movements. Whenever our will takes an action, new joys and new beatitudes come out of us. Harmonizing everything in the divine persons, they form seas of new joys that invade and delight all the blessed and lead our will to form new acts, in such a way as to delight us even more and to form even more new joys. The soul that lets our will live in it reaches such heights that it leads us to constantly renew our beatitudes, our harmonies and the infinite joys of our love. Our will in the creature is so pleasant, tender, and kind to us. It gives us surprises. It sets our things in motion to return glory, love, and happiness to us. All this happens by means of the creature, which gave our will the opportunity to live in it. How could we not love this creature born of our will? Our will in it makes her kind, graceful and beautiful in our eyes. So much so that his prerogatives are not seen in any other creature. It is a work carried out by our will with such mastery that it enchants all heaven, is loved by all, especially by the most holy Trinity. As he said this, he squeezed me more tightly, made me put my mouth in his heart. He added, "You too, drink our bliss in great sips, satisfy yourself as much as you want." I was in my usual state. All tenderness and love, my adorable Jesus came to my poor soul. He stood next to me and looked at me as if he wanted to tell me many things. He wanted to enlarge my intelligence, so that I could receive and understand what he wanted to tell me. Then he spread over my whole person, hiding me under him. He covered my face with his, my hands and feet with his. He seemed all concerned with covering me and hiding under him so that nothing more of me would be visible. Oh! How happy I was, all covered and hidden by Jesus. I couldn't see anything except Jesus. Everything was gone for me. The joy and happiness of his kind presence, like an enchantment, had returned to live in my poor heart. The sorrow left me and I could no longer remember his deprivation which had caused me mortal suffering. Oh! How easy it is to forget everything when you are with Jesus. After he had kept me for some time all covered and hidden in him. So much so that I thought he would never leave me. I heard him call the angels and saints to come and see what he did with me and how he had covered me with his adorable person. Then he shared his sufferings with me and I let him do whatever he wanted. Although I felt overwhelmed by his suffering, I was happy and experienced the joys that the divine will gives when the soul, even in suffering, surrenders in it. After making me suffer, he said to me, "My daughter, my will always wants to give itself more to you. To be able to give herself more, she wants to be better understood. And to make more stable, safer, and more appreciated what she shows you. She gives you new sufferings in order to better dispose of you and to prepare in you the empty space to deposit its truths. It presents to you the noble procession of suffering for the purpose of to be certain of your soul, to be able to trust him. It is always through suffering and crosses that the doors to new events, new secret lessons, great gifts. In fact, if the soul endures my sufferings and my painful will, it will become capable of receiving my jubilant will and she will acquire the intelligence to understand the new lessons of my will. Suffering will make him acquire the heavenly language, making it able to repeat new lessons learned." Hearing this, I said to him, "My Jesus in my life, it seems to me that the complete sacrifice is necessary to fulfill your will and live in it. At first glance, it doesn't seem like anything, but in practice it seems difficult. Do not give a simple breath to one's own will. Even in holy things, in the good itself, seems too painful for human nature. Will souls be able to come to live in your will in the complete sacrifice of everything?" Jesus repeated, "My daughter, it's all in understanding of the great good that comes to the soul that makes my will. Of this will is, who wants this sacrifice, and of what this will cannot accommodate to live with a low, small, and finite will. She wants to make eternal, infinite, and divine the acts of the soul who wants to live in her. And how can it do it? If the soul wants to put even a breath of his human will into it. Even for a holy thing, as you say? Human will being limited. The life of this soul in my will would no longer be a reality, but a way of speaking. On the other hand, my will requires total domination. And it is right that the little atom of human will is conquered and loses its field of action in my will. What would you say if a small candle, match or spark, wanted to go to the center of the sun, to settle there and form its field of light and action? If the sun were endowed with reason, it would be outraged by this and its light and heat would annihilate that little lamp, that match, or that spark. And you would be the first to make fun of her, condemning her audacity to want to make her field of action in the sunlight. So it is with the breath of the human will in mine, even in the good. Therefore, be careful that nothing of your will comes to life. I have covered you whole and hidden all within me, so that you have eyes only for look at my will and give him the free way to act in your soul. The difficulty is to understand what life is in my will. In fact, when the soul has understood the great good that comes to him with my will, that from poor she will become rich, that from a slave of vile passions she will become free and reigning, that from servant she will become mistress, that unhappy she will become happy, even in the midst of the sorrows of this poor life. The sacrifice of everything will be for her an honor desired, wanted, and dreamed. That is why I urge you so much to manifest what concerns my will, for everything will consist in knowing it, understanding it, and loving it." I said to him, "My Jesus, if you desire so much, may your will be known, that it has its divine field of action in souls. Oh, please manifest these truths to souls yourself. The great goods which your will contains, and all the goods that these souls will receive. Your direct word is a magical force, a powerful magnet. It has the virtue of creative power. Oh, how hard it is not to surrender to the sweet enchantment of your divine words. Therefore, if everything is said by you, all will let themselves be conquered." Jesus continued, "My daughter, It is my habit and in the order of my eternal wisdom to manifest my great works to one soul, to center in it all the good they contain, to negotiate with her one-on-one, as if no other person existed. When I can say that I have completely completed my work in this person, that nothing is missing, then I sink my work as if from a vast sea, for the good of other creatures. This is how I did with my Heavenly Mother. I first conferred with her in intimacy about the redemption. No other creature knew anything. She disposed herself to all the necessary sacrifices and preparations, that I may descend from heaven to earth. I did everything as if she was going to be the only one to be redeemed. But, after she brought me to the light, allowing all to see me and enjoy the goods of the redemption, I gave myself to all who wanted to receive me. It will be so with regard to my will. When I have completed everything in you, in such a way that my will triumphs over you and you from her, then, like water, she will flow for the good of all. But it is necessary to form the first soul to then join the others. I felt depressed. A thought likely to disturb my serenity came to me. If one is on the verge of death and feels doubts and fears about one's way of having led one's life, to the point of doubting one's salvation, what should one do? At this time, not giving me time to think more about this issue, or to find an answer, my sweet Jesus showed himself in my interior and, nodding his head, he said to me with a grieving look, "My daughter, what do you say? To think this is an affront to my will. Such thoughts are nonsense of the human will incompatible with the divine will. No doubt or fear should touch the thoughts of those who live in my will. My will is like a calm sea that whispers peace, happiness, security, and certainty. And the waves that come from his womb are of continual joy and contentment." Seeing you think like this, I was shaken. My will ignores fear, doubt, and danger. And the soul that lives in her becomes alien to the foolishness of the human will. What might my will fear? Who could doubt his action? Since, in the presence of his holiness, all tremble and are forced to bow their heads while worshipping him. I want to tell you something consoling for you and very glorious for me. When you die in time, what happened to me when I died will happen to you. During my life, I worked, prayed, preached, instituted the sacraments. I have suffered unprecedented sorrows, including death itself. But I can say that my humanity was not conscious. That of a tiny part of all the good that I was doing. The sacraments themselves did not come to life until after my death. As soon as I died, my death put a seal on the totality of my actions, my words, my sufferings as well as of the sacraments that I had instituted. My death confirmed everything I had done. And she gave life to my works, my sufferings, my words, as well as that to the sacraments which I had instituted, by ensuring their durability until the consumption of centuries. Thus, my death put into action all that I had done and gave them a perpetual life. Since my humanity was inhabited by the eternal Word and by a will which had no beginning, which will have no end, which is not subject to death, nothing I did was to be lost, not the slightest word. Everything had to have its continuation until the end of the centuries to reach heaven and make all the elect eternally happy. It will be the same for you, my will. Who lives in you? Who speaks to you? Who makes you act and suffer, will not let anything disappear. Not a single word of the many truths I have taught you about my will. It will set everything in motion, will bring everything back to life. Your death will be the confirmation of all that I have told you. In life in my will, everything the soul does, suffers, prays, and says contains an act of divine will. All this is not subject to death, but will remain in the act of giving life to creatures. Your death will tear the veil that covers all the truths I have taught you, which will rise like so many suns and which will disperse the doubts and difficulties that seemed to cover them during your life. During your earthly life, you will see very little or nothing of the great good that my will wants to achieve through you, but after your death, everything will have its full effect. After that, I spent the night without being able to close my eye, either to sleep or to receive the usual visit from my kind Jesus. For when he comes, I doze off in him, which for me is more than sleep. I spent this time meditating on the hours of passion and doing my usual rounds in his adorable will. Then I saw that it was daylight, which happens to me frequently, and I said to myself, "My love, you didn't come to see me and you didn't let me sleep. So how am I going to be able to spend my day without you?" At that moment, my sweet Jesus moved in me and he said to me, "My daughter, in my will, there is no night or sleep. It's always full daylight and total awakening. There is no time to sleep because that there is a lot to do and take, and that one must make the most of one's time to be happy in her. You must learn to live in the long day of my will, so that she can have her life continuously active in you. You will find in my will a very pleasant rest, because she t'elevera davantage and tund you. Lte fera la comprendra de plus n plus. Plus tu la comprendras, plus ton aim s'agrandira pour pouvoir jouir de ce repos eternal avec tout son bonheur et toutes ses joies. Oh! Comme il serum merveilleux ton repos, un repos qui ne trouve que dans ma volonté. En disant cela, il quitta monde intérieur et placant ses bras autour de monde cou, il me sera fortement. J'attendis mes bras et le serai I fortement aussi. À ce moment, il interpella plusieurs personnes qui se trouvaient dans ses pieds et leur dit, Élevez-vous jusqu'au monde cur et je vous montrerai les prodiges que ma volonté accomplit dans cet âme. Ensuite, il disparut. Je sentis que je ne pouvais plus continuer sans monde du Jesus. Pendant plusieurs jours, j'ai attendu son retour, mais en vain. J'ai oublié dit de tout monde cur, monde amour, reviens à ta petite fille. Ne vois-tu pas que j'en per plus? Ah! Auquel der martyr tu soumets ma pauvre existence en me privant de toi. Après, exténué, j'aime abandonné en sa très sainte volonté. Pendant que j'étais dans cet état et que j'ai faisais de la lecture, j'ai senti quelqu'un m'entourant le cou de ses bras. Monde esprit devint assoupi et je me suis retrouvé enserré dans les bras de monde Jesus, complètement caché en lui. J'ai voulu dire ma peine, mais il n'en pas le temps. Il dit, ma fille. Ne vertu pas te convaincre que lorsque, pour une juste raison, ma justice vaut chaudir les gens, je dois me cacher de toi? En fait, tu es comme un petit particule reliant toutes les particules des autres creatures. Et puisque, avec toi, je suis familiar et comme en fait, et que je veux chaudir les autres particules attachées à toi. Ma justice se trouve en conflit et se sent disarmée. Et comme, durant ces derniers jours, il y a eu des châtiments dans le monde, je me suis caché de toi, bien que je sois toujours demeure en toi. While he was saying this, I found myself out of my body. He showed me places where earthquakes or large fires with loss of life, or other punishments, had occurred. And it seemed that other serious evils were coming. I was frightened and began to pray. Then my kind Jesus came back. I saw myself in front of him all ugly, like a faded flower. I told him, my life and my all, see how ugly I have become, how fading I am. Ah! How I change without you! My deprivation of you makes me lose my freshness, my beauty. I feel like under a scorching sun that, draining all my vitality, makes me wither away. Then he made me suffer a little with him and that suffering turned into a heavenly dew falling on my soul. This dew gave me back my vital strength. Taking my poor soul in his hands, he said, my poor daughter, don't be afraid. If by depriving you I have made you wither, my return will restore your freshness, your beauty, your color, and all my features in you. Your suffering with me will not only be like a dew, who will renew you, but which will serve as a continual link between us, by which I can knock on the door of your soul and you on mine, so that the doors always remain open, and that you may freely enter into me, and I into you. My breath will be for you like a gentle breeze, serving to preserve the beautiful freshness in which I created you. While he was saying this, he blew heavily on me, and as he hugged me, he disappeared. I was in my usual state. After going through the most cruel privations of my sweet Jesus, he finally showed himself without saying a single word to me. He placed me in a painful position, in perfect stillness. I felt alive, but I couldn't move. I felt there was air, but I couldn't breathe. My whole body was still. Although I felt the suffering, I was unable to move because of that suffering. I was forced to stand still by the most holy will of Jesus. When he liked it, he stretched out his arms as if to take me and hug me. He said to me, "My daughter, have you seen how painful the state of stillness is? This is the most difficult state. Because, even when you experience the most acute pain, moving brings relief and is a sign of life. Contortions are silent language that arouses compassion in those around us. You have experienced how painful this is. Do you know why I have put you in this state of stillness? To make you understand the state in which my grace is and to receive reparation from you." Oh! In what state of stillness is my grace? It is life and continual movement. It is in the continual act of giving itself to creatures. But the latter reject it and make it immobile. She feels life and wants to give it. But she is forced by human ingratitude to stand still. What suffering! My grace is light. As such, it is natural for it to spread. But the creatures spread darkness. And when my light wants to enter them, this darkness paralyzes her and makes her immobile and as lifeless. My grace is love and has the virtue of illuminating everything. But, loving something else, creatures render this love as dead for them. And my grace feels a cruel pain. Oh! In what painful state is my grace! And this state of affairs does not concern not only those who are openly recognized as evil, but also those who are called religious, pious souls, who block my grace because of futilities. A little thing that is not at their convenience. A whim. A vile affection or dissatisfaction with their own will in holy things. While my grace is all movement and life for these souls, they immobilize it by following their inclinations, their whims, human attachments or other things, in which they find the satisfaction of their ego. Thus, these souls replace my grace with their ego that they take as life and as idol. But do you know what is the soul that comfort my grace, never makes it immobile, is the inseparable companion, enchants and puts it more and more into activity? It is the soul that lives in my will. Where my will reigns, my grace is always active, always in celebration. She constantly has something to accomplish. She is never at rest. The soul in which my will reigns is the favorite of my grace. This soul is the little secretary of my will, in whom my will lays down the secrets of his sorrows and joys. My will entrusts him with everything. Because she finds enough space there to deposit my grace, she is like a continual newborn of my supreme will. I prayed and merged into the holy divine will. I wanted to circulate everywhere, including in heaven, to find the supreme I love you which is not subject to any interruption. Je voulais le fermine. Afin d'avouir moi aussi un jetma in interrompio qui puisse faire écho à l'éternel jetma, et aussi pour que, possédant en moi-même la source du véritable jetma. Je puisse avoir un jetma. Pour tout et pour chacun. Pour chaque movement, chaque acte, chaque respiration et chaque battement de cœur. Des creatures, ainsi pour chaque jetma de Jesus lui-même. Quand j'ai eu l'impression d'avoir adient le send à l'éternel, j'ai fils min leur jetma et Je commence à le répéter pour tout et sur chaque chose pour mon supreme Seigneur. While I was doing this, a thought interrupted my I love you by telling me, "What are you doing? You could do something else. And what is this I love you? What's so special about it?" Then, moving brightly in me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "What do you say? Are you wondering what is special about this I love you for me? My daughter, the I love you is everything. The I love you is love, veneration, esteem, heroism, sacrifice and trust in the one for whom it is intended, it is his possession. The I love you is a short sentence, but it weighs as much as eternity. The I love you embraces everything and all, it spreads everywhere, contracts, rises in the heights, descends into the depths, prints everywhere, never stops. How can you say? What special can this I love you? Its origin is eternal. In the I love you, Heavenly Father begotten me, and in I love you, the Holy Ghost worked. In the I love you, the eternal Fiat realized the creation end. In the I love you, I forgave the sinful man and redeemed him. In the I love you, the soul finds everything in God and God finds everything in the soul. The I love you has infinite value. He is full of life and energy, he never gets tired, he surpasses everything and triumphs over everything. Therefore, this I love you addressed to me. I want to see him. On your lips, in your heart. In the flight of your thoughts, in the drops of your blood. In your sorrows and joys. In the food you eat. In all. The life of my I love you will be very, very long in you. And my Fiat that reigns in your will puts on your I love you the seal of the divine I love you. Afterwards, a sun at an extremely high point appeared in my mind. His light was inaccessible. From its center continuously escaped small flames, each containing an I love you. On their way out, these flames spread around the inaccessible light. They were connected by a thread of light to this inaccessible light that nourished their lives. These little flames were so numerous that they filled heaven and earth. I thought I saw our God as the beginning of everything, and the small flames representing all creation as a divine birth of pure love. I too was a little flame. And my sweet Jesus wanted me to go through each of the other little flames in order to place a second I love you. I don't know how, I found myself out of my body to circulate in the middle of these flames and print my I love you on each of them. But there were so many that I got lost. However, a supreme force continued the tour to place my I love you. Later, I found myself in a vast garden where, to my surprise, I saw my Queen Mother approach me and say to me, "My daughter, come and work with me in this garden. We must sow heavenly and divine flowers and fruits there. This garden is almost empty and if there are some plants there, they are terrestrial and human. Therefore, we must sow divine plants there so that this garden is totally pleasing to my Son Jesus. The plants we need to sow are my virtues, my actions and my sufferings, which contain the seed of the Fiat voluntas tua. Everything I did contained this seed of God's will. I would have preferred to do nothing rather than act or suffer without this seed. All my glory, my dignity as a mother, my elevation as queen, my supremacy over everything came to me from this seed. The whole creation, all living beings, recognized my authority over them because they saw the supreme will reigning in me. We will unite everything I have done and everything you've done to this seed of the supreme will. And we will plant everything in this garden. Thus, we merged the abundant seeds that my Heavenly Mother possessed with the few I had. And we started making small holes in which to place these seeds. While we were doing this, we heard, coming from the other side of the wall of the garden which was very high, sounds of weapons and cannons. They were fighting horribly. We felt compelled to run to help. Arriving there, we saw people of different races, colors, and nations fighting. The struggle was so violent that it inspired terror. At that moment, I reintegrated my body. I was filled with a lot of fear and also with the pain of not having said a single word to my Heavenly Mother about my painful condition. May the most holy will of God always be blessed and may everything be for His glory. After living for several days in the total deprivation of my most sweet Jesus, I returned to my painful refrain. It's all over for me. Ah! I will never see him again, I will no longer hear his voice which delighted me so much. Ah! He who is my only happiness, who is my all, has abandoned me. What an endless martyrdom! What is life, without Jesus? While my heart was thus drowned in sorrow, my sweet Jesus arose from within me and, taking me in his arms, he placed my arms around his neck. As for me, I placed my head on his chest so as to indicate that I couldn't take it any more. Me present ferment sur lui, il me dit. Ma fille, tu dois mourir constamment. Pendant tu il descella, il me fit participer à diverses souffrances. Après, prenant un air plus affable, il ajouta. Ma fille, tu es tu à craindre, puisque la puissance de ma volonté est trouvée en toi? Ma volonté est tellement en toi que, en un instant, j'étais fait partager mes souffrances et toi, avec amour, tu t'es offerte pour les recevoir. Pendant que tu souffrais, tu as étendu les bras pour embrasser ma volonté. Et pendant que tu embrassais ma volonté. Tu sur qui vivant en elle. Les anges, les saints, ma mère céleste et la divinité elle-même ont senti ton étreinte. Et tu es sont empresses de venir vers toi pour te retourner cet embrassement. En coeur, ils dit. Comme il nous est agréable cet embrassement de notre petit exilé. Qui vit sur la terre et qui fait uniquement la volonté de Dieu comme nous le faisons au ciel. Lest notre joie. Lest la fête nouvelle et unique qui nous vient de la terre. Oh! Si tu savais ce que signifie vivre dans ma volonté. Il n'y a aucune opposition entre l'âme et le ciel. Per tu ous trouver ma volonté, l'âme se trouver aussi. Ses actes, ses souffrances et ses paroles opérant per tu ous trouver ma volonté. Et comme ma volonté est per tu, l'âme se place dans l'ordre de la création et, à travers l'électricité de la suprême volonté. Elle communique avec toutes les choses créées. Ces choses créées sont en harmonie entre elles. Chacune suchant l'autre en même temps tu elle garde sa position. Etsi, que cela en arrive jamais, un seul chose crée par moi quitte sa position, la création en serait triste. Ilya. Un entente secrète entre les choses créées. Une force de communication prévalente entre elles, que chacune suchant l'autre en même temps. Tu elle reste suspendue dans l'espace sans aucun support. De la même manière, l'âme qui vit dans ma volonté est. En communication avec toutes les autres âmes et. Soutenue par toutes les œuvres du Créateur. Toutes. La reconnaissante, l'aimant, et. Lui offrant l'électricité, le secret de vivre à leurs côtés suspendu entre le ciel et la terre. Completely and solely supported by the force of the supreme will.